All right, sorry about the delay there. We should be live streaming now, and I'm just gonna record. And we're recording as well. Okay, and we'll admit everybody. Okay. Please bear with me one more minute. I just making sure all the council members are made co-hosts. Lupe Hernandez. Okay.
And thank you for always being so thorough.
You're welcome. Goes with the volunteer job. All right. Who present is now a co-host. Welcome everybody to our June 2023 calendar meeting. A regular calendar meeting.
今天晚上的已经定好了这个会议。
Okay. Well, since we're now gone to the interpreters, let's have the interpreters address themselves and address the council, then we'll do a roll call. All right, thank you. Our Mandarin interpreter, would you like to start? Make an announcement.
大家好，我是中文翻译，我是 Amy。今天晚上呢，中文翻译电话 channel 是347-966-4114，347-966-4114，请输入密码963-534-850，或者是 passcode， 密码是581558。再说一遍，347-966-4114，密码是963-534-150。 或者输入581558，谢谢。Finished.
All right, thank you. Our other Mandarin interpreter, if you'd like to announce yourself, please.
Hey.
Ricky, if you can make an announcement.
Sorry. Yeah, this is Ricky. Hi, how are you doing? 今天我跟我的拍档 Amy 跟你们做这个普通话的翻译。那你们有兴趣参加的，请拨打347-966-4114，他的 ID 是9635-34150。再讲一趟，请拨打347-966-4114。ID 号码是9635-34150。谢谢各位 ，Thank you very much.
Yeah, Amy and Ricky， 你可不可以把这个电话打在那个 message 里面，所以人家可以看到。I just asked Amy and Ricky if they could post the dial-in number in the message.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Janey. Appreciate that. And our Spanish interpreters, Jacob, would you like to begin?
Yes, sure. Buenas noches. Para todos aquellos que quisieran escuchar esta plática en español, por favor marquen el siguiente número. El número de la conferencia es el 347-966-4114. Repito, 347-966-4114. Y el número de identificación para ingresar es el 827-468-813, símbolo numeral. Por favor, mantengan sus micrófonos apagados. Muchas gracias. I'll post the information in the chat as well.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
And our other Spanish interpreter, if you could also announce yourself.
Sure. Hola, buenas tardes con todos. Mi nombre es Dora, yo voy a ser la otra intérprete en español. Si quieren escuchar esta presentación, por favor marquen el 347-966-4114. Luego, la identificación de la charla es el 827-468-813 y después marquen el símbolo de numeral. Por favor, mantengan sus micrófonos apagados. Voy a repetir nuevamente el número de teléfono para escuchar esta presentación en español. Es el 347-966-4114 y el número de identificación de la presentación es el 827-468-813 numeral. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Dora. And now that we've had our interpreters.
Gracias, Dora. Y ahora que tenemos a todos. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Vice President Das, we are shorthanded today, so would you like to start off our roll call? Would you? I put you on the spot there. I'm sorry, you're muted there.
Hold on. No, I don't want to, but I'll do it anyway. I'm going to go through. I don't have an exact. All right, that's fine. I got it. Robin Broshi.
Here.
Kaushik Das. Here. Daniela Egorov.
Here.
Lupe Hernandez.
Here.
Lim Fong Sim.
Here.
And apologies, I skipped President Morden.
Here.
I also skipped. Sorry, it's not in quite alphabetical order. Chen Kwok as well.
Here.
Lily Lihuahu.
Did she join us? I didn't see her.
Yeah, she should be joining. Let me just check with her. I sent her the link just now. She asked me for the link.
I'll keep going in the meantime. Leonard Silverman. Leonard, are you muted?
Oh, he should be a co-host.
No, he's unmuted now.
Okay.
Glenn, you didn't say anything. We can't hear you if you did. Give me a thumbs up for now, but let's sort out your communication.
Yeah, he's got a thumbs up. So
okay. And there, I can hear you now. Thank you.
Here? Okay.
And our student representative, Spencer Silverman.
Here.
Great. And we're just waiting on Lily, verification Lily.
I'm here too.
And Kaushik, I'm here too.
I'm here too.
I'm sorry. Apologies. I didn't have did not have an alphabetical list. I was going off.
You're definitely not a secretary.
I never asked to be. And I'm a terrible one. So yeah, so sorry. Two more. Robin Kelleher.
Yep.
And Sonal Patel.
Here.
Thank you. Apologies for missing anybody. It's purely because I didn't have a list.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Vice President Das. Okay.
I just wanted to say that just shows how hard the job really is.
All right.
I appreciate Robin for doing it and Jamie before her.
Yes.
100%.
So again, I'm Benjamin Morden, president of the CECD2, and this is the last time I'll be saying that because our term ends at the end of this month. But we've had some recent changes. We now have vacancies for treasurer and for recording secretary. I'm going to miss all the amazing work that both Robin Kelleher and Chen Kwok, our council members, have done over the past year for Robin Kelleher as recording secretary and Treasurer Chen Kwok for the past 2 years. You've done an incredible job assisting our council in ways in terms of functioning, and I really appreciate that for all you've done. And it's a volunteer job, it's a thankless job, but you've done a lot of great work. So thank you very much. I sincerely appreciate everything you've done. Now that our bylaws require us to have a special election, if those of you who are interested in looking at our bylaws, there's a link on our website. It would be, if I get this right from memory, Article 1, Section 4, that we're required to have a officer's a special election at our meeting, and it's in our agenda as well. That said, so the positions that are open are recording secretary and treasurer. I'll start off with recording secretary. And this vote will be done as according to our bylaws by roll call. So Vice President Das, if you could help with that again, I would appreciate that.
Give me 2 seconds. I have a alphabetical list in one moment.
Sure. And for those of you who've joined, this meeting is being recorded. And it's being live streamed as well on YouTube. So,
okay, I'm sorry. You asked me to do what?
So we'll be doing roll call voting for the during this special election.
Okay, gotcha.
So,
yes, I have.
You take floor nominations?
Yes, and that was, you read my mind. I'm taking floor nominations for recording secretary. Yes.
I'd like to nominate Len Silverman.
And Silverman. And who would like to second that?
I second.
Okay. Councilmember Silverman, who's a parliamentarian as well, do you accept?
I don't know. After Kush has been handling this, I don't know if I'm up to the task, but and I want to just say, by the way, I just want to say, Robin, you were amazing, absolutely amazing, fantastic. Sure, why not? I mean,
excellent. I can coach you.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any other nominations? Once, twice, 3. Okay, so it's uncontested. According to, I'm not sure if it's our bylaws, but you do have 2 minutes to, if you would like to make a speech, or if not, we can just go right to the roll call vote.
Yeah, I'll keep it to about 30 seconds. Again, I want to just thank the predecessor in this role, Robin. You were amazing. It's not easy. It sounds like it's not an easy position to do. It's not easy, especially balancing all those different interests and trying to make sure that everybody is heard and letting people into the meetings and all that kind of stuff. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your service. And I just want to thank everybody, you know, all the people who have served in the CEC have just been amazing. So I accept.
All right, great. Thank you. Before we do the roll call vote, because I think we still have to do that, I do want to state that, you know, besides Councilmember Robin Kelleher being an amazing recording secretary, we also had preceding her, Linda Thompson, Janie, Councilmember Janie. She was fantastic too. So I've been blessed with amazing colleagues. All right. Okay, so let's have a roll call vote. Make a motion. Oh, by the way, we have a, I think one of the interpreters might, there might be an echo. I might get that one. I'd like to make a motion for a roll call vote for recording secretary and for Leonard Silverman for the position of recording secretary with Leonard Silverman.
I second.
You second? Okay, so Councilmember Vice President Das, can you take a roll call vote?
Okay, I think I got it this time. Robin Broshi.
Abstain.
Kaushik Das. Wait, do I say yes or do I have to say
yay for 4, nay or abstain? Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Daniela Egorov.
Yes.
Lupe Hernandez.
Yes.
Robin Kelleher.
Yes.
Chen Kwok.
Yes.
Benjamin Morton.
Yes.
Sonal Patel. Sonal, you might be muted.
This is my time to change my vote. Yes.
Leonard Silverman,
Yes.
Lim Fong Sim, Janie,
Yes. Yes.
and Li Hua Wu.
Did she join? I don't see her.
Oh, and apologies. Don't want to forget Spencer Silverman.
Abstain.
Are you being serious? Oh, you might for familiar reasons. Are you being serious or are you joking?
Yeah, I'm serious.
Okay. Okay. Do I need to tally the votes? That's how many are council? 11. Well, one absent, one abstain. Well, in addition to Spencer, but student council members, one absent, one abstain, and 9 yeses, and one abstain from our student representative.
All right. Well, thank you. And I'll be the first to congratulate Recording Secretary Leonard Silverman. Thank you. And now comes the bad news. You have to take minutes and present them to the next council. Okay. And
technically, I should make you do this next vote too.
Yes.
But,
so
but I'll finish this one out. There is a document shared with you that says roll call. Wait, is it shared with you yet?
Yeah. Okay.
There is a document shared with you and a previous recording secretary to help you out, just in case, with all the names in alphabetical order. But I'll finish this one.
Where are you
off.
sending that?
It's just shared with you, so you should have gotten an email to your CEC email. And I recorded the ones for the first vote. Bear with me one more second while I reset. One other point of order, President Morgan. Do we want outgoing secretary and treasurer to say anything? Actually, 2 points of order. Do they? Either of them want to say anything?
Well, we're still doing the election right now, but we can. Gotcha. But we can, if you want to make that motion right after that.
Then,
right after the.
Then we continue to treasurer. Then ready when you are.
Okay. All right. I'd like to take floor nominations for the position of treasurer of CECD2. Oh, Councilmember Kelleher, yes.
Oh. Nominate Daniela Souza Igorov.
I second.
Councilmember Igorov, do you accept?
Yes, I accept.
Great. Do we
Lily
have?
Just entered.
Oh, she did. Okay, I will make her. All right. Do we have any other floor nominations? Going once, twice, three. Okay. All right. Congratulations to Councilmember Igorov, but we have to still have a vote. But before we vote, roll call vote, you have 2 minutes to speak, or how many seconds you want, or you can decline. So.
I will speak. I just want to thank Chen for all the work that he has done.
Councilmember Kwok, maybe you can leave us with a tip sheet on you've done a tremendous amount of work, so that could come useful for current any new treasurers and future treasurers. You've done an incredible amount of work with and with Sunny, our senior grants officer, who's also on our with us today too. But now I make a motion for position of treasurer for unopposed for Daniela Souza Igorov. I don't know if I said that correctly, but pretty much that. A motion to elect Daniela Souza Igorov, yay, nay, or abstain.
I second.
Okay. And you volunteered, Vice President Das, to do this one last roll call vote before our recording secretary continues with that next time.
Okay. Robin Broshi.
Abstain.
Kaushik Das, yes. Daniela Egorov.
Do I vote for myself?
Yes, you will.
Yes,
Or
okay.
not. Or not. Lupe Hernandez.
Abstain.
Robin Kelleher.
Yep.
Chen Kwok.
Yes.
President Morden.
Yes.
Sanal Patel.
Abstain.
Leonard Silverman.
Yes.
Lim Fong Sim.
Yes.
Li Hua.
Yes.
And Spencer Silverman.
Yes.
Okay, one moment. I have 3 abstain, and that should be 1, 2, 3. It should be 8 yeses. 8 yeses, and 1 more yes from our student representative. So I'll congratulate Daniela Egorov on being treasurer.
Yes, congratulations, Councilmember Igorov. You're now Treasurer Igorov. Thank you. And you will have some obligations for helping to reimburse council members for through the end of the year, through June 30th. So we have to collect all those reimbursements, but plus make sure that all the council bills are paid as well, and also turning over to the next council lots of different payments that would have to be made. So you'll have to help coordinate that. So, but thank you for stepping up. I really appreciate that. And now that fulfills our obligation of Article 1, Section 4 of our bylaws. Yep.
1 point of order. Actually, technically, I have to say both motions pass.
Yep.
Now
okay.
obligations are fulfilled.
Yes.
I also have one additional point of order. Leonard Silverman is our parliamentarian. Is he required to resign? And by my reading of the bylaws, he is not, because we did not make that a separate official officer position.
I would concur, even though there probably is a conflict. I would concur with that. I don't think it's really an official position. If there's anything, I mean, if anyone has any disagreements, because potentially there is a conflict, just in terms of this particular ruling, please feel free to speak now or forever hold your peace. But I don't think it's a big deal. I mean, we're talking about one.
We are, in fact, hopefully we're talking about just one meeting, but I just thought I'd point that out for the same reasons you did.
Oh, well, we have Jennifer Greenblatt with us today. Maybe she can give us her opinion on that as well. Is that a conflict, having a problem? Because it's not stated in our bylaws, and a parliamentarian is not officially an officer. Okay. All right. Well, I don't think it's a conflict. But Councilmember Das, you had one last item that you wanted to make a motion earlier.
Only if they want to. Well, I'll ask a question before I make the motion. Do either former recording secretary Robin Kelleher or former treasurer Chen Kwok want to say anything before moving on? And if the answer is no, then I don't make a motion.
Sure. I just want to say, yeah, I'll say one thing. 15 seconds.
Like a motion to make a motion for former recording secretary and former treasurer to make brief statements if they so choose.
All right, I second that. Should we do a vote?
I think this one can be a vote of raise of hands, but
yeah.
I leave that to recording secretary. I'm done.
Let's just do a raise of hands. I mean, move
Okay.
on.
I think
all in favor, raise their hands.
Yeah.
Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? I can only see a certain number of people on the Lupe, I think. Is that an abstention?
I see an abstention from Sonal.
Lupe and Sonal.
Okay. Okay, I don't even think this is something that really needs to go into the minutes, but sure. Again, a motion passes.
Okay. Well, I just want to say thank you. I'll make it very quick. Ben, you are incredible and you're so easy to work with, and you do way above and beyond what you should be doing and what you need to be doing, but you're so committed to this council. And I hope everyone realizes just how much of you've put into this and how you put your family I don't want to say second, but you put a lot of yourself into this council, and I've seen it firsthand after having worked with you this past year. And I'm impressed, and I'm grateful, and I'm moved because you do so much for so many people, and it has no direct effect on your family. Your children have moved on past most of what you're doing, but you still are so committed to the fight to help all students in District 2 and all students in New York City, for that matter. And you fought for merit, you fought for hard work, you fought for the students who don't have a voice, and I'm very grateful. So thank you. And Kush, you've been great too, but not as great as Ben.
All right, you're gonna make me cry. All right, it's my last meeting. I'm gonna get emotional. All right. Councilmember Kwok.
Yes, thank you. I'll be brief as well. I want to thank all the council members, all the families, and who came on the calls. I want to also especially thank President Morden, who's been as even-handed and even-keeled as anyone I can have met before. When things got tough, he stayed on track and kept us together. So really appreciate that. And all the officers serving their role in my 2 years on the council, the last meeting. So thank you all very much.
Ben, you're muted.
Sorry. Thank you, Chen, as well. Okay. All right. All right. Sorry about that. The next item.
What?
Oh,
could I make a motion? May I make a motion?
Yeah. Yes.
I think our usual next item is reading the resolutions. Correct.
Correct. Yeah.
But for that item, I'd like to again, maybe secretary and parliamentarian can weigh in here. I'd like a motion to add resolutions 224, 225, and 226. I'd like to do them all at once. Can I do that? Len?
I believe you can, but were they properly presented? I don't believe Ben would have had to get notice. But Ben, when did you get?
I got notice prior to the meeting.
How long prior to the meeting?
I think it's just prior to the meeting.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, I was going to get into that. They were publicly available on the website more than 24 hours in advance of the meeting start. They were also sent via email to our distribution list via CEC Constant Contact. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer, but they were. Touchstone has always been the website where it was posted. I was with Ben when he did it, roughly 20 minutes before 24 hours. And as per the bylaws, in advance of our meeting, I emailed all council members and Jennifer Greenblatt and our superintendent and Anthony Settle all three resolutions, both as link and as attachment copy. I think that satisfies all the criteria for our bylaws.
So make your motion, I guess.
So I'd like to make the motion to, the question was, I can do three all at once, correct? Do you see any objections to that? I'm co-sponsor for all three.
I don't see any objection unless someone wants to raise an objection. We could do them individually. Otherwise, let's just try to move this thing along.
Okay. I make a motion to add resolutions 224, 225, and 226 to the agenda. As per the resolution presentation, they're currently in public documents.
I second.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to do a roll call vote. Does anyone want to speak on that issue before we go for a vote? Okay. All right, we're going to do a roll call vote. And the motion is to add resolutions. What are the numbers of these again?
224 through 226 inclusive to the agenda.
So 224, 225, and 226.
Correct.
So we're voting on the roll. I'm calling a roll call vote. The motion on the floor is to add resolutions 224, 225, and 226 to the agenda. I am calling the vote. Robin Broshi.
No.
Kaushik Das.
Yes.
Daniela Ergarov.
Yes.
Lupe Hernandez.
No.
Robin Kelleher.
Yes.
Chen Kwok.
Yes.
Benjamin Warden,
Yes.
Leonard Silverman, yes. Lin Fong Sim, Janie,
Yes.
and Li Hua Wu, Lily.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes with 1, 2.
I just want to record my vote.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry. I apologize. You weren't.
You just need to
Sanal Patel.
download.
Sanal, I apologize. I went
Okay,
straight from Ben
that's
to
okay.
myself. See, I've already screwed this job up.
That's okay.
The Sanal Patel.
And it's Sonal. No.
Sonal. No. Okay.
No.
Okay. So we have the motion passes with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 votes yes, and 3 votes no. Spencer Silverman, did you want to say? I'll call you.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, motion passes. Items number 224, resolutions 224, 225, and 226 will be added to the agenda.
Thank you, Recording Secretary Silverman. So now, next item on is presentation of resolutions.
Sorry,
Council,
Ben, before we go on, I think one of the Mandarin interpreters was kicked out and is asking to be let back in. Let's take a look at that.
I don't see.
The numbers in the chat. It's
Yeah, that's not with us. That's with
The
Anthony Settle.
the interpreter has been let back in.
Okay. Thank you, Anthony. And everyone should know Anthony Settle is our liaison with FACE. That's part of the DOE. And thank you so much, Anthony, for your help. And okay. All right. So the next item on our agenda is the presentation of resolutions. For resolution 224, Council Member Vice President Das, would you like to?
Yes, I'll do 224. I'm going to share my screen. It's running. Does everyone see that? Okay. Is a resolution 224. It's basically, I view it as a big summary of what we've done in regarding admissions resolutions for the bulk of, mostly focusing on the end of this term because things have changed along the way. But it's kind of a big summary of what we've tried to accomplish the entire term. Recently, DOE announced parent input on admissions, and they explicitly requested CEC representatives. It was supposed to be starting yesterday through tomorrow. They then postponed it. We object to the fact that these quorums get to come at the end of the school year, towards the end of the school year, into summer doldrums, and after the end of CEC, our terms will end, and wonder if such a delay was intentional. We said any CEC input on these admission policies would have been far more productive had Sarah Kleinhandler and the Office of Enrollment provided additional data that has been requested by CECD2 and other various CECs, including but not limited to breakdown of teachers and recommendations for GNT. We've discussed this before in this council. We've mentioned that there have been teachers that have recommended no students, or recommended teachers that have recommended all students. We have questioned whether some teachers make recommendations predominantly on racial criteria or other criteria, which I think is legally not allowed. What data is available from 2 years of lotteries? Have education outcomes actually improved? One of the many proponents of lotteries has had to increase diversity, which should increase educational outcomes. If we have any such data, on the downside, have travel distances increased? Have enrollment numbers declined? We've also requested granular per district results for high school admissions. We've mentioned many times here how 2 years in a row, District 2, possibly 3 years in a row, District 2 has had the highest level of high school students that received no offer to one of the 12 choices. We've predicted that that's going to be the case for the 3rd year in a row. We requested data from DOE, Office of Enrollment on this, and haven't received that to date, nor have other CECs. Whereas the above raises many questions on the process and timing. What will be the decision-making process following this input? Who will oversee the process? What changes will actually be made? Is this engagement pro forma? Has the DOE delayed the timeline for data delivery and feedback due to unfavorable data on the above? We've talked before about G&T being highly subjective, teacher dependent, and ultimately no more than a lottery. There has been significant doubt from parents that G&T curriculum has any real differentiation going forward, and how various parents, teachers, and principals, to me and have others, have commented that G&T is dying a slow death because of all the above. Whereas, we've seen this in other resolutions, acceleration does continue to exist in grades 3 to 5, in G&T or otherwise. There is no continuation of sufficient accelerated or challenging curriculum into middle school, specifically grade 6. Going on to that point, whereas Superintendent McGuire's plan for only accelerated math and science agents is insufficient to our district's demand, which we've had in multiple sessions, both in CEC and led by the Admissions and Diversity Committee. District's demand and ability of our students. CECD2 continues to maintain that there's not enough screen seats in districts where families want them, certainly District 2, where parents have repeatedly requested them since COVID, during and since COVID, I would say. I might change that request to amend that down the road. Whereas CEC passed Resolution 212 to reject Superintendent McGuire's middle school admissions plan, and not one, but 2 votes of no confidence, Resolutions 215 and 219, in relation to the rejected plan. Whereas CECD2 reminds regarding high school that grade inflation continues to be a serious concern, the continued use of bucketing for tiers rise too heavily in lottery numbers. This is all stuff that we've rehashed before. The continued use of bucketing has a sharp drop-off for viable options after Tier 1. And most importantly, Tier 2 students have no district or borough priority for the 3rd year in a row, a target punitive measure against perceived District 2 privilege by Mayor de Blasio. And they continue to compete with other students across New York City who enjoy borough priority, zoned high schools, additional priority to a local school, or all the above. Furthermore, while CECD2 appreciates the outreach that the current administration has made to engage CECs, there's actually been little positive change in our district admissions since Mayor de Blasio has left office. We continue to submit that it's incredibly short-sighted of the current DOE administration to continue the punitive Mayor de Blasio era policy after 2, now possibly likely 3 years of poor results in G&T, middle school, and high school admissions. We further submit that District 2 enrollment would be declining without the asylum-seeking students, in no small part due to the above. Those are the setup. What we're requesting is that CECD2 insists that DOE reward student learning with desirable local schools by adding non-lottery admissions policy options. This will add greater consistency, predictability, transparency, and short travel times from kindergarten through high school. It's critical to recover student enrollments and improve student outcomes. We request that some of the objective measures be reinstated for G&T. We request that D2 should specifically return middle school choice to parents, offering all the following. To make this clear, we've always asked for this. We've never asked for just academic screens. We've asked for a return of academic screens, return of SP programs, return to programs that for combined screened and lottery admissions, maintaining a combination of zone priority and lottery admissions for parents that prefer that method, and in addition to that, offering appropriate curriculum on all the above. We further resolve that we implore Chancellor Banks and FACE to continue to revisit CECD2's concerns with our superintendent regarding poor community engagement and follow-through in failing to provide a middle school admissions plan accurately addressing the interests of D2 community, parents, and the instruction, and most importantly, the instructional needs of our students.
Point of order. I'm sorry to do this. I should have done this before. I just think we should have like a time limit on presentations. If you could kind of summarize it. I mean, I don't.
Okay, that's fine.
Sort of goes through the whole thing.
That's fine. The rest largely pertain to high school. I'll end of that. The rest largely pertain to high school and reference to a large extent our last resolution 223, which has some of these resolved in more detail. They are summarized here on the high school front. Let's see if there's anything that's specific to not high school. I don't see it. And thank you for your time.
And then Ben, point of order, just for future. I mean, we have 2 more to present. Can whoever's presenting them kind of just summarize them, and can we agree on like a I don't know if we need an official time limit, but I'm not trying to be difficult here, but I just think we need to keep things moving. And
thank you, Recording Secretary Silverman. I will be doing I will be presenting resolution 225, and I won't take long.
Okay, let me stop my screen share. Sorry.
All right.
Apologies for the time constraint.
Okay, I will just share my screen 1 second. Okay. All right, resolution 225. Excuse me. Resolution 225 is a resolution to prioritize student academic recovery in New York City public schools. It's not just District 2. That this resolution is referencing is all of New York City, and it's something that has been very dear to me. I've publicly been asking for a more aggressive response to learning loss, even going back to a meeting with a public forum with then Chancellor Carranza on December 8th, 2020. Where we see that federal law, ESSA, states that we have to ensure that all students' academic standards are met, and there are certain steps that we have to take. And the reason why I started, I wanted to sponsor this resolution is a few months ago, New York State Comptroller DiNapoli came out with a report that yes, there's been 170 or $180 billion worth of funds through ESSER 1, ESSER 2, and ESSER 3 towards student education, federal funds. 15 billion of that was earmarked for New York State, and out of that, 7.66 billion was earmarked for New York City. Academic recovery, that line item, according to our New York State Comptroller, for fiscal year 2023, there's right now 1 million allocated as of the report that DiNapoli put out, and 1 million for next year. Sure, there's that things may have changed since then, but federal government outlined that 20% of these funds should be towards academic recovery to address learning loss. So we as a city are not doing enough for students who have been impacted by the pandemic, and these results were clear. I mean, learning loss was being debated in 2020. Learning loss is no longer being debated. NAEP, the National Assessment of Education Progress, has shown that that we've fallen to 20-year lows. Chalkbeat came out with an article. It's frightening when we see that 18% of fourth graders were not proficient in math. 18% were. So 82% weren't. It's frightening. And at the same time, in 2018, when we added pre-K programs in New York City, we had, and this was in the New York Times, we had 94% who were meeting, exceeding the future positive indicator that was being used at that time. So this is a tremendous problem for New York City. And yes, we have there's been a new program implemented. There's a tutoring program, in-person tutoring. 15,000 students are participating, but we have nearly 750,000 in K through 12. So 15,000 is a drop in the bucket of students need to not just be remediated and accelerated in terms of so they can catch up, but in many instances, the only way to do it is with tutoring. And so I applaud for some of the steps that are be taking. The literacy, structured literacy is a great step forward. And so is this other program, but it has to be ramped up. We have to make maximal amount of help to students. And so one, we're calling for my first therefore was to increase the amount of ESSER funds to out of all large big cities, as put in the report, we're behind everybody. In terms of what we need to do, not just remediation and acceleration, we have to do tutoring. I know a lot of good things are being done in our district, but it has to be done on a massive scale for the city, because this impact of what has happened to students, it has to be turned around now. 55% of seniors in high school are now chronically absent. They're just giving up. We already have 40% chronic absenteeism rate. Kids are not in school, they're not learning. It's becoming a vicious cycle. And so we have to address chronic absenteeism. And the last 2 points, NICED is looking at a baseline the New York State test results to 2022 standards. That's going to obfuscate, that's going to hide the results by not showing where learning loss is and how to and finally I was able to see assessments, whether they're formative, summative, diagnostic, interim. They need to see iReady, Acadience Map, Zern, Mirror Learning, all of these online resources available. They should be posted in their students' NICE in their students' my student accounts, so parents can see how their students are progressing. And I think addressing this need is one of the greatest issues of our time, not just for our city, in the nation. And I know a lot of states who have taken who've done this in a more urgent manner, and I think New York City needs to address learning loss more urgently. Thank you.
Ben, is someone going to talk about 226?
Councilmember Clark.
Yes, I'll talk about 226. And my screen. So so resolution 226 is a resolution to improve teaching quality and also the teaching profession in of itself. So I'll just start off by summarizing as much as I can and saying that, what we face today is that, our educational DOE's budget has reached, almost $40 billion a year, about over $10 billion for employee benefits, pensions, and debt, just 28% of the budget. We've spent a lot of money for instruction, and our costs have gone up 20 to 30% in real dollars over the past 15 years. You add to it federal funds and recovery funds, state funds. Our dollars spent on education and paying teachers have gone up year over year, and it's just so happens that the UFT has announced their agreement, tentative agreement with the DOE, and of course, none of us in CEC, parent leaders, have anything to do, have no say in the contract, which is another issue that I want to highlight. Meanwhile, education quality and outcomes have been horrendous in New York City. Outcomes have declined over the past 20 years, despite all this increase in spending. Only 30% of Black and Hispanic students are at grade level proficiency. High school graduates, when they go to college, they still need remedial math. Good faith efforts to improve teaching effectiveness and quality by using objective standard assessments of teaching performance and effectiveness in conjunction with other metrics have been vehemently opposed and defeated by teacher unions. standardized objective testing for students also have been vehemently opposed by teacher unions. And even though students and families are the beneficiaries, recipients of the education services provided by teachers and potentially as taxpayers funding this education, we have very little involvement in determining how education is delivered. And we don't participate in any of the negotiation of contract terms that directly affect students and families. For example, length of school day, school year, after school programs and services, even meetings with teachers and school leaders are affected by that. And through their political activities, the teacher unions have usurped the power of the executive branch, which raises a lot of constitutionality. It also has public bargaining, public sector bargaining, really disempowers the legislative branch. And also I've worked overseas, in companies, there's a U.S. Foreign Corrupt Practices Act that forbids people, U.S. persons and entities from giving money, financial benefits to foreign government officials for gain. If we applied that domestically in the same law in the U.S., the teacher unions would be subject to felony charges of corruption. So the stuff they're doing and how they've controlled now the negotiation process with government officials have resulted in making it very difficult and costly to fire low-performing, abusive, and even criminal teachers. Teachers removed from teaching duties are placed in rubber rooms in non-teaching roles. Performance appraisals by school leaders is very hard to do. It's prohibited. Compensation and promotions are based on number of years worked, such as tenure and advanced degrees earned instead of on teaching excellence, student outcome improvements, and even market demand for the expertise that teachers have. So like science and math, at high demand skills, and keeps compensation and benefits low for less experienced but high potential and high performing teachers who have great opportunities in competing industries that are high paying with high recognition, such as technology and finance. And with a tenure-based system, it makes it harder to fire low-performing teachers. And then when that happens, less experienced but high-performing passionate teachers are demotivated and demoralized. And this leads them to leave the teaching profession and lower performance of those who remain. And it dissuades the people, students who are, with the highest skills and with the greatest skills in STEM, having great teaching abilities, it dissuades them from entering the teaching profession, which would enhance our teaching quality and effectiveness to benefit our students. There's prescriptive work rules and restrictive work rules in the contract creates a lot of bureaucracy that prevents from the school leaders, the chancellor, from even directing teachers from doing what's needed to support students. Some examples: very limited time for parents and guardians to speak with teachers, to understand the students, difficult for school leaders to give constructive feedback to improve teacher improvement and performance. Yeah, and then teachers themselves are hurt because they're discouraged from breaking work rules to go beyond the job to improve delivery of education. So, and they have also instigated policies and legislation such as small class size mandates that hurt education because it handcuffs the mayor and the chancellor to use the money where they see fit, and it forces programs that have a lot of students to be shut down or reduced. Yeah, and they also have had influenced elected officials to oppose expanding school choice that would benefit low-income minority students. So the resolution really is to say, give back the power to the executive branch to make decisions and not be co-managed by a third party, and also to have the teachers be subject to the highest pay as just as the competitive industries such as technology and finance, so that there's a more attractive fields of profession. Okay, and then also to encourage and motivate staff is to recognize high performers. And then also when you recognize high performers and you also manage the performance of the low performers. And by doing that, we de-emphasize tenure, we de-emphasize how long you've worked, but emphasizing performance and effectiveness and using objective measures as part of the appraisal, and also to rank this to teachers through the evaluation process. So the highest performing will get the most rewards, the highest pay increases, and the best benefits. While the bottom 20% performing will be managed and coached to improve performance, but also be subject, to have high pay, but also to to have the highest pay for the teachers, but also be subject to accountability and the possibility of being fired and being off the books. Okay, and also just to stop the corruption and the influence, outside influence that that the teacher unions have, which resulted in harms to students and also harms to teachers and the teaching profession. Okay, and that's the other stuff is, so that's, these are some things I've learned as I've been involved in education. So hopefully these things will improve the education outcomes for students and motivate teachers who are high performing, recruit more and retain more teachers. One of the other things that's in the resolution is to recruit from the best universities, best students from there, and also pay, have tuition reimbursement for if they stay on as a teacher for 5 years. Okay, that's a very good motivator for more highly qualified people to enter the profession and to raise the bar of education. So in a nutshell, you can read it for yourself, but that's in a nutshell what this is. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Kwok. And I believe that takes us to our next item on the agenda. Just one moment here. Okay, that's next item being the program presentation, and today's program presentation is Contracts for Excellence budget, and the presenters are Superintendent McGuire and Senior Grants Officer Asra. Okay, Sunny Asra. Superintendent Kelly McGuire, please.
Yes, thanks so much everybody for having me tonight. I'm here on behalf of our central budgeting team and our chancellor to provide an annual report on Contracts for Excellence. And I'm joined by Sunny Asra, who many of you know, and who just is an amazing support to us, both in the district and around, really around the district and with our schools. So thank you so much, Sunny, for being here. And Sunny's a co-host, right? So he can help to answer any questions that come up. All right. So there is a presentation, which I will share here. And we'll go ahead and get started. So good evening, everyone. My name is Kelly McGuire, and given that this is the last meeting of the school year for 22-23, I want to thank you allowing me and Sunny to be on your schedule to engage with you on these important items. This evening, I am joined by our budget matter expert, Sunny Asra, who is our Senior Grants Officer, who supports our schools with budget and grant-related matters. In support of the Chancellor's goal of transparency, New York City Public Schools is committed to engaging each district to share the highlights of important funding streams and critical work for the school year 23-24. This presentation specifically meets the Chancellor's goal by conducting this community engagement. During this session, our goal is to increase transparency by ensuring you, as critical community stakeholders, are made aware of important funding streams, fiscal plans, and other important work for the year ahead. Today, we will share our plan for 4 major topics: federal stimulus, state foundation aid, state contracts for excellence, and our proposed class size reduction plan, a new part of the Contracts for Excellence process. I will review each topic and provide the process for public comments for each. We also want to make sure you are aware of the possible ways schools can use these resources. Again, thank you for allowing us the time on your agenda today. Let's dive into this presentation. Today, we will discuss 4 major topics for the upcoming 23-24 school year. I will provide an overview of the funding and share dollar amounts allocated to the New York City Public Schools. I will also discuss how the funding will be allocated to schools and imposed restrictions on how some funds are spent. At the end of each topic, we will share how you can provide comments on what I have presented. The 4 major topics we will discuss are federal stimulus, state foundation aid, state contracts for excellence, and class size. We ask that if you have specific feedback or public comment on information shared in this presentation, that you will share that feedback by using the designated email address noted after each section we will cover. I will point out the designated email address at the conclusion of each funding stream section. Remember, there are 4 sections during this presentation. Our New York City Public Schools team will be taking public comments received into consideration in the coming weeks in alignment with the public process. We will begin today's discussion with federal stimulus. In March 2021, the President enacted the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA. As a result of the act, New York City received federal stimulus funding to fight the coronavirus pandemic effects on our system. The Department of Education received $8 billion. For school year 23-24, $1.9 billion of federal stimulus funding is remaining. There are a few things that are important to note. Number one, $4.8 billion supported activities from school year 21-22 through September 2024. 20% of ARPA funding must be used to address learning loss occurred during the pandemic when schools were not in session. School year 23-24, which begins July 1st, is the last year New York City Public Schools will receive federal stimulus funding. In this presentation, we will discuss how this remaining $1.9 billion will be spent. New York City Public Schools will continue its investment in school budgets with our stimulus funding. We will do this by continuing to support major initiatives, including Summer Rising. The New York City Public Schools has committed $80 million in Summer Rising to provide approximately 110,000 elementary and middle school age students with culturally relevant hands-on experience to strengthen their academic, social, emotional skills, and will also provide support to high school students through summer programming. We will also continue our investment in school budgets by providing funding to schools still facing enrollment decline in the 23-24 school year as a result of the pandemic. In the school year 23-24, $160 million is earmarked for schools facing enrollment declines. Enrollment decline has had a significant impact on our schools and its communities through the use of this funding. Through the use of this funding, we'll be able to provide some relief for one more year. In addition to continued investments for Summer Rising and enrollment declines mentioned on the previous slide, in the upcoming 23-24 school year, nearly $600 million of federal stimulus funding will continue to support significant investment. This slide provides a breakdown of the $600 million investment in 3 areas. Number one, over $456 million in early childhood to support the expansion of 3K provided by New York City Public Schools school districts and community-based organizations. Number two, over $83 million for mental health supports, which includes social workers, guidance counselors, and school psychologists, which continues last year's investment. Number three, $50 million to support special education recovery services, which are compensatory services for students with needs that were unavailable during the pandemic. Services are targeted at school-age students with disabilities. Federal stimulus funding continues to support priorities from Chancellor Banks's administration, which include initiatives such as $65 million for contracted school nurses to continue to provide nursing at all New York City Public Schools buildings where New York City Public Schools staff nurses aren't available to provide permanent coverage. $25 million to support arts education. Additionally, $16 million will be funded with a one-time Title IV carryover for a $41 million program in total. $28 million to expand career pathways and programming. Additionally, $27.4 million will be funded with a one-time Title IV carryover for a total of a $40 million program in total. $15 million for Project Pivot, a community-based organization community-based organizations that provide violence interruption activities in high-need schools. $10 million for bilingual education classes and supports. $11 million for family engagement and translation and interpretation services. $7 million to literacy and dyslexia programming. $6 million for digital teaching and learning experiences. $5 million to high-impact tutoring, and $2 million to gifted and talented programming. There is still a strong focus on prioritizing special populations in New York City public schools. For example, students in temporary housing. Additionally, students in bilingual education programs will benefit from this prioritization. We aim to provide this targeted support in various ways. $98 million for special education pre-K, which includes support programs that stabilization for providers, extending provider hours to align with public school hours and other related supports. $50 million for special education recovery services targeted at school-age students with disabilities, as previously discussed. $55 million investment in community schools, which is targeted at schools with high needs, including large populations of students in temporary housing, and $10 million for expanded bilingual education programs and supports that will continue in the upcoming school year. Other key programming funded with federal stimulus dollars include academic supports such as curriculum, building school investments, devices and IT support, and PSAL expansion, to name a few. Oops. This slide lists some dollar amounts earmarked. This slide lists some dollar amounts earmarked to support some key programs just mentioned and others listed on this slide. As a reminder, each topic we will review today has a designated email address for public comment. Please share your comments and feedback by using the Stimulus 2022 email address you see on the screen. We will also drop this email address into the chat. Sunny, if you wouldn't mind doing that, I would appreciate it.
Done.
Thank you, sir. The DOE must also submit comments to New York State by July 1st, so we ask that you submit your feedback by July 30th. Your feedback is taken into consideration as New York City Public Schools continue to plan for the upcoming school year. As a reminder, principals have received their school year 23-24 budgets, and school leadership teams are beginning their work with principals on budget priorities as plans for the upcoming year are finalized. Let's move on to the second funding stream being presented today, state foundation aid. As a reminder, there are three important funding streams being presented today. In the New York State fiscal year 22 enacted budget, the state committed to fully funding the foundation aid formula, phasing it in over 3 years. For this year's budget, the state has made good on its commitment to fully fund the foundation aid formula. This year is the final year for phasing in foundation aid funding. In fiscal year 2024, foundation aid will increase by 5.5% or $493 million. We are now fully funded through the foundation aid formula, which is allocated by the state. Of the total increase, the first 3%, or $268 million, may be used flexibly. This year, we intend to use this funding to support $120 million will be used to support new fair student funding weights that will provide targeted funding to schools with students in temporary housing and high concentrations of students with additional needs. $100 million will be used to support an increase in mandated charter tuition costs. $48 million will support growth in special education costs and new schools. The foundation aid above 3% or $225 million is restricted and must be used for purposes eligible under Contracts for Excellence, which will be addressed in the next section of this presentation. Again, we want to hear from you. Please share your comments and feedback by using the Foundation Aid email address you see on the screen. And I'm sure Sunny's already ahead of it and dropped that into the chat. We ask that you please submit your feedback by June 30th, 2023. We will now move on to the third and last funding stream being presented today, Contracts for Excellence, also commonly referred to as C4E. First, let me provide some background on Contracts for Excellence. C4E legislation was established as a part of the 2007-2008 enacted state budget under Foundation Aid and requires that a portion of Foundation Aid be used for specific restricted purposes. C4E requires that funding be allocated towards specific programs that raise the achievement of the students with the greatest educational need, including, but not limited to, those students with limited English proficiency, students in poverty, and students with disabilities. Funding allocated pursuant to C4E is required to be spent on the following 6 program initiatives shown on your screen. They are additional instructional time or time on task, for example, before and after school programs and individualized tutoring. Number 2, model programs for multilingual learners, for example, ELL innovative programs. Number 3, full day pre-K and kindergarten. Number 4, class size reduction. And number 5, teacher and principal quality initiatives. For example, mentoring new staff. And number 6, middle and high school restructuring. Further, we are required by state law to annually develop, through a public process, a citywide contract for excellence and community school district contract for excellence. The public process is how parents, teachers, and other school community members and interested parties provide input about citywide and community school district C4Es, and all about the allocation of C4E funding in their schools. Our public process includes this meeting, as well as other meetings that superintendents will be conducting across the city with their respective CECs, and 5 borough hearings that will also be happening during this period of time. Although the C4E process is not new, we have submitted a C4E since 2007-2008. Under recent changes to state law, the timeline for the public process, including the district C4E presentations, has changed. We are now required to start the process no later than 30 days after the enactment of state budget, and we also are required to provide notice of the public process 15 days prior to the first public hearing. State law requires that community school district contracts for excellence be presented by superintendents at CEC meetings to enable public comment on those C4E plans. To that end, we will be recording all comments made at this meeting. The important process allows families and community members an opportunity to provide input about how their schools are funded and is part of their schools receiving this significant funding. It is an essential element in the C4E plan that the New York City Public Schools submits to the state, which the state must approve in order for New York City Public Schools to receive C4E funding. As stated earlier in the presentation, a portion of the additional funding New York City is receiving will be restricted, and that is due to a change in the law. Any school aid increase above 3% is subject to be restricted and can only be used in one of 6 eligible uses as discussed on the previous slide. Due to this change, the amount of foundation aid subject to the requirements of C4E increased by $225 million, from $531 million to $656 million. The new law requires that the New York City School District create and implement a plan to reduce actual class size over the next 5 years, beginning September 2023. The plan must be signed off by the chancellor and presidents of the unions representing the teachers and principals. The class size plan and our class size working group will be discussed in more depth later in this presentation. Now for a breakdown of the C4E funding. Of the $756 million subject to the contracts for excellence, 182 will remain unrestricted. Since 2007-2008, this funding has been used to support fair student funding and will continue in the 2023-2024 school year. Were this funding to be used for another purpose, the DOE would not be able to continue funding all schools at 100% of FSF, fair student funding. The remaining $574 million, comprised of an existing $349 million and an additional $225 million, will be allocated as restricted funding for use by schools within the 6 eligible uses previously discussed. $574 million of restricted aid, it is broken out by 1, discretionary, and 2, targeted and maintenance of effort. For the discretionary pot, $429 million, or 75% of restricted contracts for excellence funds, are released to schools in late spring. Principals will work with their school leadership teams, SLTs, to plan the use of this funding for school year 23-24 in alignment with eligible program categories. They may choose to change the use of the funding or to maintain existing staff positions or programs that were funded in school year 22-23. For the targeted and maintenance of effort, $145 million, or 25% of restricted funds, will be targeted for specific programs and will maintain these existing programs. Schools receiving allocations were chosen on A, overall student need, and B, capacity to carry out the specific program. $84.6 million, integrated co-teaching classrooms. $11.5 million, the Autism Spectrum Disorder Program, ASD ICT classrooms. $9 million for full-day pre-K. $5.5 million for new PATH programs. $3 million for curriculum support, and $0.8 million for the iRead program. $30 million for summer programming, which is a maintenance of effort. Let's take a look at the proposed allocation of restricted funds citywide. Discretionary funds make up 74.84%, ICT 14.74%, ASD 2%, pre-K 1.56%, PATH 0.96%, curriculum support 0.54%, the iRead program 0.14%, and summer programming 5.23% to make up the total 100% amount of funding, or $573 million, just under $574 million. Let's take a look at the proposed allocation of restricted funds for this district. Discretionary funding is $15,013,017, or 63.06%. ICT funding is 26.67%. ASD funding 1.17%. Pre-K funding here 0.61%. The iRead program 0.28%, and summer programming 8.22%. We will take public feedback into account in the coming weeks as we continue to work toward complying with this mandate. The deadline for submitting public comment will be August 11th. Please share your comments and feedback by using the C4E email address you see on the screen, contractsforexcellence@schools.nyc.gov. And again, Sunny will drop that into the chat. Now we are moving on to the fourth major topic. We already discussed foundation aid, stimulus, and C4E funding streams. Now we will wrap up by discussing the class size reduction plan and the class size working group. We will share more about the new class size legislation that you may have heard about, as well as the work that New York City Public Schools are doing around public engagement related to the implementation of this law via the class size working group. First, I'm going to give a brief overview of the law itself, including the basic requirements and timeline for compliance. In September 2022, Governor Hochul enacted Chapter 556 of the laws of 2022, which require the New York City School District to create a 5-year class size reduction plan for all K-12 community district and high schools. Chapter 556 sets forth requirements that apply only to the New York City School District, including new class size caps for all public K-12 community district and high schools, a class size reduction plan, which must be approved by the Chancellor and respective presidents of the UFT and Council for Supervisors and Administrators, CSA, the unions representing New York City School District teachers and principals respectively, and submitted as a part of the Contract for Excellence. A prescribed timeline for the public process for the development, posting, and submission of the Contract for Excellence, annual implementation reports on the status of class size reduction plan, penalties in the form of reduced state funding if adequate progress to reduce class sizes is not made. The law imposes specific class size caps within the New York City School District for the first time. Prior legislation required a plan to reduce average class sizes and did not set forth specific average class size caps. Class size caps had previously been set subject to collective bargaining agreements between the New York City Public Schools and the UFT and could be exceeded in certain circumstances. The new law prescribes specific class size caps of 20 students in grades K through 3, 23 students in grades 4 through 8, and 25 students in grades 9 through 12, and 40 students in PE and performing groups, all grades. For next school year, 20% of our classrooms citywide must meet caps that I just noted. Special education classes are not subject to caps. We are currently assuming that ICT classes are considered general education classes and will need to meet the caps. Chapter 556 allows for 4 types of exemptions to class size targets: space, over-enrolled students, license area shortages, and severe economic distress. These exemptions must be approved by the Chancellor and the respective presidents of the UFT and CSA as a part of the class size reduction plan. In the event that the DOE and unions are unable to reach agreement on the exemptions, the law mandates arbitration. In addition, UFT may negotiate higher class sizes in elective and specialty classes if the majority of school staff approve of that increase. We understand that the law presents many implementation challenges. To that end, the Chancellor has sought to convene a working group to ensure that perspectives from a wide range of stakeholders inform our strategy for implementation. Additionally, we welcome public comment on the class size reduction plan. The DOE projects that staffing costs alone could be roughly $1.3 billion annually once schools are fully in compliance with the class size mandates. The School Construction Authority estimates that the capital costs of complying with the new mandates will total $30 to $35 billion. Within the $1.3 billion estimate, there is an assumption that schools will need to realign budgets as they work to increase the number of teachers hired. The capital cost estimate includes funding for creating new seats through new buildings or annexes, converting administrative or other non-instructional space to instructional space, and other costs associated with increasing the number of seats. In February 2023, the Chancellor announced that New York City Public Schools would be convening a class size working group to gather input related to implementing Chapter 556. In late February, we released an interest survey for participation in this class size working group to allow anyone to express their interest in joining. From those who expressed interest, New York City Public Schools built a working group reflecting diverse perspectives and experiences from across New York City, taking into account individuals' geographic representation, experience as a parent or guardian of a New York City public school student, educator, advocate, researcher, or other stakeholder, while also considering individuals representing different school levels and sizes, as well as organizational affiliations. I'm happy to share that the group is largely comprised of parents and parent leaders, in addition to principals, teachers, and superintendent representatives and various community stakeholders. Class size working group meeting minutes and material are posted regularly for public review at the site listed on this slide. Class size at schools.nyc.gov. My assumption is that's an email address to which you can send public comment. We will consider all feedback received on our proposed plan during the public process. The deadline for submitting public comment will be August 11th. Those who wish to provide feedback may submit their comments by email to classsize@schools.nyc.gov. Please note that all the different public comment emails for each of the presentations, that I provided today. This concludes this presentation. Thank you for your time. I will let you return to your very important end of year meeting agenda. But before I do, I want to thank this community for all the hard work and collaboration this school year. I wish you all a good summer and look forward to a successful 2023-2024 school year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Superintendent McGuire. There's a lot to digest there. Would you be willing to take a few questions? I know that some of this is not part of your role, but I'd appreciate it if you could take a few questions from our council members if they have some.
Ben, can I just add something real quick?
Absolutely. Please.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Sonny Asser. I'm a senior grants officer. Just also wanted to say hello and say what's up to CEC2. It's been real great working with you guys. I'm hoping some of you guys are staying on. I know some are departing. It's been a pleasure working with everybody. I did want to add, Chen pointed out something very important to me. It looks like the slides haven't been updated to the website yet. So as we speak, I'm reaching out to see what that's all about. And I'm gonna try to get a generic slide deck out to you guys. So if I can't get a link within the meeting time, what I'll do is I'll send it over to Ben and he can circulate it amongst the group, and then we can also prioritize getting it uploaded. I do see last year's there, but it's true. I don't see this year's slide up there for stimulus.
When you have it, Sonny, I can put it also on our website, and we can also send it out to the to our email list, so more families can access it.
Cool.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Treasurer Igorov, do you have a question for Superintendent McGuire?
Yes, there are two issues that I have, and I'll make my comments also on the emails that were provided, but there are two issues that I have serious concerns. One is, I mean, of course, we know that the class size bill, Chancellor Banks has said multiple times, it's really going to make it very hard to run our schools because in order to afford this, they're going to have to cut so many, any extra offerings, right? That the schools have, and we know that with the exception of a few schools in a few districts, it's not a real problem of high class sizes. The schools that actually have a majority of class sizes are the schools that are very popular and very high performing, and people would love to continue there even with the very high class size. So I think this is a huge concern, and I know the working group is working on that, but there is a whole machine putting, articles on newspapers the day that the working group's is going to meet. There's so much pressure from the unions because we have lots of many students, and there's no need for so many teachers as anymore. So that's the way that they're going to keep the workforce, and therefore the unions, the dues to the union. So that I think the biggest problem with the budget in the future with the GOE, it really is the class size view as of now. The other thing that I'm so deeply concerned is that one more year we're keeping the school budgets intact. And I mean, in our district, there is one school, for example, that had 850 students before the pandemic. And next year projected enrollment is 400 students. They lost more than 50% of their students. They continue losing students, and their budget is going to be the same. So we continue allocating so many funds to buildings where nobody wants to send their kids, where people are voting with their feet, taking their kids out of the schools, and we are keeping their budget intact for another year. We're funding buildings. We're funding people who are working in schools to educate nobody because more than half of their student body has left that school. And that is an extreme case in our district, but there are so many other cases of schools that have lost like a tremendous amount of their student body. And again, we're keeping this. At some point, we're going to have to deal with these realities. It is a reality. We don't have as many students anymore. And the schools are going to have to adapt or finding ways to attract more students and more families. And we, as a council, have made very clear, and our community has made very clear what we want in the schools so we can keep our children. But it is a reality that at some point we're going to have to deal, and it's going to be very painful. And the more we postpone, the harder it's going to be on our kids, on our schools, and in our city.
Councilmember Hernandez, yes.
Thank you, Superintendent Kelly McGuire. I appreciate the PowerPoint and slides. I'm looking forward to receiving them. I might be a little confused because I thought tonight was the hearing, but throughout your slides, you're encouraging the public to submit comments via email, but it is on the hearing within the DOE site as tonight being that hearing. So I have prepared statement in regards to contracts for excellence as well as DOE's current and ongoing plan to be able to implement the smaller class sizes. And I guess I could start by saying I'm very happy that happened. I'm happy the governor signed that bill. It was the number one concern of parents, not only in our district, but citywide for year after year, according to our school surveys. And looking forward to the promising enrichment and academic that our children will be receiving with those classroom sizes smaller and reduced. Our class sizes, excuse me. Just some notes as far as District 2 is concerned, like we've always had larger than average class sizes compared to the rest of the city. Third, actually, average class sizes, especially specifically in grades 4 through 8. Like I said, being that it has been the number one and number two priority across parents in District 2, year after year, and even currently, I think that we can meet those standards about 20% for next year. But I am concerned that the DOE is not taking any important steps to meet the 5-year phase-in plan. And I think that's where I would like to really address. And I know these questions are not for you specifically, Anthony or Sunny, anyone. As far as I was concerned, this was the hearing for this. So this is the space to be able to address these concerns. According to this budget or the proposed budget, that not a single penny of the additional $500 million in the contract for excellence funds are actually being allocated specifically towards class size reduction and more staffing. And I think we've seen that since the initial lawsuit that awarded these funds, and the fact that the restrictions and allocation of these funds by the time it got to the school level did not equate to principals being able to actually reduce their class sizes. In fact, I think currently principals are sometimes incentivized to collapse and have larger class sizes in order to maintain everything that a school needs, whether that's the programming from nursing, music, arts. And we're seeing that time and time again, even with the decline enrollment. And unfortunately, the holding schools harmless did not have as positive of an impact if principals knew that they had those funds back in June, when they were actually deciding on what the school would be able to provide. And even in September of this school year, we had teachers in our district accessing teachers because they assumed that their enrollment was lower, they were going to have to give that money back, and only to find out in November that they were able to keep that money. And at that point, it's too late. And we could talk about the appeals process in that same effect. If schools are getting that money in January, it does not do them any good when they have till March to spend it. And at that point, it's really difficult to replace teachers that you've accessed or that you've lost, or programming for that matter. And I haven't even begun to step into our students with disability, which I'm really happy that the Fair Student Funding Group, working group, recommended those additional weights, as well as the foundation. I think this will help, especially in our smaller community schools. So I'm grateful for that. But I think that without the implementation even of allocating budget for CSA to create in this capital plan what we need, we know we need more space, and we know that we need, we're going to need more teachers. We have 5 years to do it. I really would implore the New York City Public Schools and this administration to think about, before any budget is confirmed at the end of the month, about how this impacts in reducing our class sizes, as well as just maintaining community schools that are going to fully serve all of our students, and specifically those that we are looking to, with the increase of the Fair Student Funding weights, which are our most marginalized students. I'm glad that our students in temporary housing for the first time ever are getting that weight. That was very much needed. And as we've seen beyond just our students in temporary housing and our students with disabilities and our English language learners, that this administration, one thing that they have made clear is that the class sizes for specialized programming, I think many of our district schools were overcrowded. And I think my previous council member mentioned that the people want to go to these schools. I have not heard once that this was going to reduce those seats. I've also heard council members in this say that their G&T classrooms were already reduced, and therefore they did not want to pass this bill because there were only 15 kids in your class. We just want to make New York City more equitable, and compared to the rest of the state, as currently our class size is about 30% more. And we can see, based off of all the resolutions that you provided today, introducing the impact of our students and how that impacts the differentiating of our teachers being able to serve our students, especially when it comes to providing those additional supports and things. I will submit my full written testimony, but I would like to put on the record that I think it's unfair that the public did not know that this hearing was taking place as of today, or that this was only going to be presented as a presentation, and not really publicized that this was the hearing. Our website did not mention anything about this being a hearing, but if you look on the DOE site, it is stated today was the hearing. And I am a little bit disappointed, but I appreciate you bringing forth this information, and I hope that the public takes the time to actually put in their public feedback. And I hope that the DOE actually, if they can, provide a true hearing where the public can really contribute what it is, their feedback in regards to these implements and amendments. So thank you.
All right, council members, going forward, I'm going to put a 2-minute timer. I would appreciate if you have a question to raise the question to Superintendent McGuire. I almost demoted you to council member. My apologies. Okay, so I will put a timer on, and please, questions for this presentation. Okay. Recording secretary, I'm not used to saying that. Recording secretary Silverman, please.
I actually do have questions. First, I took a lot of flack for not supporting a resolution to reduce class size specifically because of the cost that was involved. So just based on this presentation, Superintendent McGuire, I apologize if there were some additional slides, but I saw a couple of them. Is it my understanding that we're talking about a cost of between 31 and $36 billion? That's the first question, and over what time period is that? 2, do we have the room for this, or is that number factor in building additional space for to accommodate this plan? And then finally, do any of these projections in terms of budgetary costs account for the increased number of migrant children that we have specifically in District 2 or other districts in the city that require special services, special language services, who are going to require additional social emotional supports, things like that? Has that been factored into this analysis or this presentation in terms of the cost of the reduction in class size, whether or not it's something that you know or whether it's something you can address? Thank you.
Sure, thanks for that question. And I'll ask Sunny also if he has anything to add in addition to things that I was going to share. If I'm recalling the numbers correctly, specifically related to the class size reduction bill, I think that I recalled 1.3 billion in regard to salaries and the 30 to 35 billion in relationship to facilities. Is that correct, Sunny?
Yeah, Len, my question was, I just wanted to confirm, you're talking about class size reduction?
Correct. And over what period of time? Just
okay. So yes, Superintendent McGuire is correct. It is the 1.3 billion annual at a phase-in for hiring and staffing, and 30 to 35 billion for the building utilization and capacity. Again, we have to note that those figures are preliminary and based on assumptions. They will vary based on the decisions made as a result of the working group's feedback and actual implementation decisions. We weren't given the information over what timeline that period was, but that's the information that we have.
And then if you could just address the second question, which is, do any of these factors take into account the numbers of migrant children that have come into the city, specifically our district?
Just if you don't mind me clarifying, is that specifically related to the class size reduction funding, or is that related to some of the other funding streams that were here?
Well, if you could break it down, if you know, I mean, my primary concern is the class size funding, and then if there are other things in terms of your presentation that you could address as well.
I can't comment specifically on the class size reduction funding. I mean, mainly because if we were to fast forward to years 2 and 3 in which this class size reduction bill were more fully implemented, we would need to take into consideration all of the students who are in our schools, whether they were students who were born here, or whether they were students from countries and families who are seeking asylum. They would just be treated as another student and would be we would have to comply with the class size reduction bill there. In regard to some of the other funding streams, there are supports, funding supports that are in place to increase funding, especially the new FSF calculations that take into consideration students who are living in temporary housing. And as we know, our district has is currently serving and supporting quite a few students who are living in temporary housing whose families are seeking asylum in our country. I don't know, Sunny, anything else on that one?
No, that's all.
Okay. Councilmember Kwok?
Yes, I thank you. Thank you, Superintendent McGuire, for presenting that. And I know that this is not something you created, so my questions, I don't know if you can answer, so to be fair to you. So I'm just gonna maybe ask very simple questions and I'll make a comment afterwards. What is the benefit that the class size mandate law is supposed to bring? To your knowledge, to the best of your knowledge?
I think that the class size reduction bill is intended to be a program that creates a better overall experience for students in the classroom, provides them with more individualized social, emotional learning and academic support, and it provides the kind of environment in which individual students' needs can be addressed more individually. I'll stop with that.
Okay, so if a class already is at that size, then you don't need the class size mandate.
That is correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So my take is that the class size mandate is something that's been influenced by, been passed, okay, that really shackles the hands of the mayor and the chancellor, because there are a lot of classes that are at that size already, especially in disadvantaged neighborhoods, minority neighborhoods, that you could have done that without, someone said there's about $35 billion that now needs to be spent in support, or even $10 billion. But we already have that with the declining enrollment. And in fact, the classes that are I think from some of the working group reports, that the highest performing schools or the classes are the most crowded, that will now be kind of, taken down because they don't have any more physical space. So we'll lose students in the programs that are working in support with this monolithic bill that forces the hand of the chancellor to use only a hammer to solve a problem, when the chancellor might need something else to solve the problem, which is provide individual support to raise the outcomes of the students. So I really don't see how this mandate really, and it's not, nothing to do with you, Superintendent, so really will do its job. And so what happens? So when we, at the end of it, what do you know of this class size mandate to check for improvements? Will this mandate be rescinded if there's no improvements? Is there any monitoring for outcomes to check that it's actually working to the best of your knowledge, Superintendent?
I'm not familiar with any progress.
Thank you. So yes, thank you. To be fair to you, I knew that answer. I just want to ask you that, because so we would spend billions of dollars to restrict the chancellor and the mayor to only having a hammer to solve the problem, when the chancellor needs multitudes of different types of tools and techniques and methods. But I can only see one benefit is to force the hiring of more teachers. And in fact, to ask for an exemption for, it doesn't even give the chancellor any authority to make a decision invested in him by the mayor, who we as voters elected, empowered him through the mayor to make a decision. It has to get an approval from a third party called the teachers union.
Okay, Councilmember Kwok, your time's up.
Okay, I just want to make a point. This speaks exactly to my resolution that executive power has been usurped by the teachers union and is a perfect example of being handcuffed, and it's unconstitutional. I just want to point that out. Thank you very much.
Vice President Doss.
Hi, Superintendent McGuire. Could you pull up the presentation and where you went to the contract for excellence part? There was a there's a slide where it says it's supposed to use for these 5 or 6 things. You know what I'm talking about?
Yep, just give me 1 minute.
Can you pause my time, Ben? I'm going to continue to. I'll mention something while you're looking it up. I'm asking this because there was a comment from a former council member that parents have again asked over and over again for smaller class sizes. I patently disagree with that, because if you look at the slide that's about to come up, it actually, for the contract excellence, those were the 5 or 6 things that parents asked for in the order in which they asked for it. And those were the 5 or 6 things that were supposed to be spent on in the order of priority that was supposed to be spent on. I'll also address a comment from the council member and say that D2 has larger than average class sizes. Yes, it does have larger than average class sizes. Do you know why? It's because the D2 also has much larger than average performance throughout New York City as a whole. I believe it's usually the top performer or second top performer, and it does so on an overwhelming basis. It does so, I believe, Superintendent McGuire has mentioned this more than one occasion. I think you mentioned that 80% of our, I think we were talking about 4th grade or 5th grade students at the time, but 80% of our students receive 3s or 4s in both math and ELA. And it's carried through the state tests as well, which I think you've mentioned, which Superintendent McGuire has mentioned, and or district planning has mentioned as well. As also mentioned in DLT. That 60% of those students also receive 3s or 4s on the state test. So with the I believe, to Councilmember Kwok's point, I believe part of the reason for this was to decrease class sizes to improve performance. This is one of the reasons why we don't feel it's necessary. Yeah, great.
Is this the slide you were looking for?
Yep, class size reduction number 4. Could you also fast forward to the slide where it says the percentage of money spent on these 6 things versus, 2 slides over, slide 17. The 24% of 756 million can be spent on all 6 of those items, correct?
Yeah, so Kush, you're asking what the 24% can be spent on?
Yes. Even if it's not, I think it's 24% of the 756 million is only allowed to be spent on those 6 items, of which class size is only 1 item and number 4 on that list. Meanwhile, you just quoted us 1.3 billion on class size alone per year just for teachers, in addition to 30 billion for building new buildings. Even if I amortize that over 10 years, that's 3-point-something billion. That's more than 5 billion per year that needs to be spent on this class size bill, which has no more than 200, which I would say has no more than 50 million being allocated for it currently. Would you agree with my rough numbers, Kelly McGuire and Sonny? And even if I'm off by a factor of 10, would you say that means that we need more than 10 times that amount to implement this class size bill? Do you agree with that rough order of magnitude, gentlemen?
I can't say that at this time. I mean, the only figures that we were provided for class size would shift away from this and take us to the slides that we previously spoke about.
But I see a total number here of 756 million. All I can say is 5 billion is several times larger than that, and I think it's several times smaller. It's not 756 million, it's more like 50 million. So this is why the council members opposed this class size mandate. It's not what parents asked for. It has not the efficacy that's supposed to be indicated, and we absolutely don't have the budget for it. This is something that will bankrupt New York City education, and we haven't even accounted for the asylum-seeking students as Leonard Silverman has indicated. Thank you.
Are there any other council member questions? Yes, Sonal Patel, Councilmember Patel.
Yeah, hi. I actually don't have a question relating to this, but I would like to ask any of the council members who do have the chat rules accessible to post them in the chat. I'm not sure who's monitoring the chat at this point. Somebody needs to, and if they can be posted there again to remind people what is appropriate and not appropriate in these chats, that would be helpful. I do not have them accessible, otherwise I would do it myself.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Patel. Superintendent McGuire, I have just basically one question. Do you have a working list of the schools that will be impacted in District 2 and the funds that will need to be allocated? And essentially, it's a long question, but and how many classrooms we have to, in this working document, how many classrooms we have to build, and whether this will impact zoning in districts where there won't be enough capacity for zone schools.
Yeah, I do not have that information at this time. I will say that we are beginning to have conversations just somewhat very loosely. And when I say we, I'm talking about not just with our district team, but with facilities, and beginning to think about which schools might be impacted. I will say that the process of evaluating space in New York City school buildings is one that follows a pretty strict procedure. There are spaces that might not currently be used as classrooms that could be used as classrooms, but I anticipate that evaluation of our school buildings will continue over the next year, as will the continued negotiations and conversations with the working group. But I don't have those specific numbers right now.
Okay, I just one follow-up hyper technical question. The SCA's number 30 to 35 billion, that's for capital improvements, build outs and so forth. That does not, I assume that does not include maintenance of this $30 billion, $35 billion of build outs. But there's also going to be annual maintenance of all these new classrooms, and what number that would be. I know that's a different agency in the DOE.
Yeah, I can't say for sure. I don't know if Sunny has more specific information on those numbers or not, but
only thing we have is its building utilization and capacity.
Huge numbers. All right, thank you very much, Superintendent McGuire. And will you be here also for your superintendent presentation as well?
Yes, great.
All right, because you had some finality at the end of your presentation there, so I'm glad we're still doing that. Okay, great. Thank you so much. And that concludes the presentation part of our today's calendar meeting, and we move on. And thank you, Sunny, as well, I should say. And we'll be in contact soon for a lot of other things. But the next item is to all those who've waited, we will be doing speaker presentations, a public speaking session, our first one. And if you haven't signed up, you have a few more minutes to do so. We don't have that many speakers. I think there are about a dozen, and you will have each speaker will have 2 minutes to speak. Just give me one moment so we can have that list ready.
Sorry, Len's saying he doesn't have the list. I don't know
Yeah,
if you can share it with
I'm
him,
gonna post it to Len right now. Well, actually, I'll just post it to everybody. Okay. And Len, if you can call out people, I'd appreciate that.
looking
You
for
should
the
be in the
list.
chat
Hang
right
on.
now.
Okay, hold on. Okay. So the first person on our speaker list is Michael Rance. And I would just, again, Ben, can we get that timer up for 2 minutes?
Yeah, I have that ready to go.
Okay, so
I don't see Michael, but we
you can unmute yourself if you're here. Okay, thank you. And thank you, Ben, for posting the list. I did see a Tam on the spreadsheet.
She's third.
Okay, so we have Roberta Lenz is next. Roberta, you can unmute yourself if you're here.
Sorry, I got it now. Thank you very much. I'd like to speak about the literacy curriculum change. As a parent of a first grade student at PS 51 Elias Howe in Hell's Kitchen, I'm alarmed that this curriculum change is being rushed out with little research on the 3 selected curricula, no input from our teachers, and that no plan has been communicated on how teachers and admin are going to get the necessary professional development to implement this new curriculum. In particular, I'm concerned that the 3 programs chosen were randomly selected because they received high marks by ED reports, but that little research has been done to prove their effectiveness. As Natalie Wexler, a literacy expert and author of The Knowledge Gap, wrote in a Forbes article on Sunday, many NYC schools are selecting Into Reading, which is the least effective of the 3 programs, as teachers have described it as low quality and overly scripted. Previous to her remarks, Mark Seidenberg, a well-known and respected psycholinguist, noted in a 28 October 2022 post on his website when discussing TC's units of study that all the big commercial curricula are part of the literacy problem, as none were developed using modern cognitive science as a research foundation. He recommended, instead of purchasing a new curriculum, that we should invest the money in more direct support for our teachers and students, such as coaches, reading specialists, tutors, and professional development until a new program designed from the ground up can be created. As such, I would ask that we advocate to take the time to research and find a program that works well for the diverse student body that we have. I firmly believe that phonics should be a component in helping our kids learn to read. And PS 51, where my son attends, has been doing this for the past 3 years and is seeing results. However, many schools just implemented a phonics program this year. So before making a drastic change to literacy curriculum as a whole, we should let schools and teachers adjust to the new phonics mandate, and then if needed, slowly make the necessary changes to a new curricula after doing the research to find a program that has proven effectiveness and is culturally responsive to the diverse student population that makes up NYC public schools. No program is going to be perfect, and each school will need to tweak it to meet their students' needs, but let's see what the current phonics mandate does first and research more programs to find the best fit before making such a drastic change. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker on our list is Kalani Jenkins. Kalani, if you're here, you can unmute, please.
I believe it's Tam.
Oh, you mentioned Tam before. I apologize. But I didn't in the list you posted. Okay, Tam.
So actually, Tam signed up for both sessions, but she just wants to speak in the second session.
Okay, thank you for letting us know. Okay, Kalani, you can unmute if you're here. Is Kalani here?
Yes, I'm here. Hi.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm Kalani Jenkins. I'm PS 51 co-president. I had planned to speak out strongly against the administration trying to power grab how schools and teachers spend their 150 minutes of post-school time, effectively eliminating professional development and parental engagement. But it seems like that has been rectified, so I'm going to pivot. I'd like to firstly rebuke this council on once again putting forth resolutions in the final hour, leaving no time for the public to read or digest them. How is the public supposed to give comment with such short notice? This council chooses once again to admonish our already overworked, under-resourced teachers. This council chooses to once again focus most of its time and energy on advocating for screen schools and GNT. What I really want to speak to is how concerned we are about the rush literacy curriculum mandate, particularly the lack of plan for how our teachers are going to be well and thoroughly trained before embarking on this new curricula. There are 15 districts about to start this with nothing but 5 months notice. Yet there has been no communicated plan on how they are going to make sure teachers are well trained to implement these new curricula. Where is the data to support these 3 curricula? Why these 3, especially into reading, which is shockingly the curriculum most of the 15 districts have chosen, is objectively terrible. You can change curricula all you want to whatever is trending at the time, but if teachers aren't properly trained and supported in them, they will all fail. There is no way these districts in the fall are prepared, and there will be little chance District 2 will be prepared unless we move quickly and a plan is in place for robust professional development. No standout curriculum actually exists currently. All curriculums need tweaking and supplementation tailored to each community and school. However, teachers and administrators will all tell you it takes a minimum of 2 to 3 years with the new curriculum before you even have enough knowledge about it to fill those gaps and make those tweaks. So I have questions. Why is this being pushed through so recklessly and with no good plan for how we are going to get our teachers up to speed? Where is the data to support these 3 curriculum choices? Why was there zero input and engagement from teachers? Why is there not a more targeted push to intervene into schools that are struggling to implement rigorous literacy curriculum and let schools who are doing good work to continue on? Wouldn't that be a much more responsible use of money? This is only the first year we've truly mandated phonics. Why not continue to bolster PD for that and see if the phonics mandate starts to raise scores first? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maud Marin. Maud, are you here?
Yeah, I'm there. I was just able to unmute myself. Thank you. I haven't been to a CEC meeting in a long time since the previous term, in fact, but I have followed the work of this CEC over the last term. And since this is the last regular meeting, I wanted to come and say thank you to all of the CEC members who give of their time and of their effort, and has been said previously, time away from your family. And those hours do tend to grow. I particularly wanted to thank Ben Morden, the president of this council, for the work that he has done. I have sat where you are sitting, Ben. I know how hard it is, and I know how thankless it can be. And I know that you have stood up for the students of District 2 and for the families of District 2. I have seen you do it. I am very, very grateful for the work you have put in. I will also say to Janie Huang, Chen Kwok, Robin Kellerer, Kush, and Lily, you are all fierce advocates for our kids. You will be missed as you are not returning. I did not add Len and Daniela to that list because I certainly hope they will be returning to CEC2. And I think our community is very, very lucky to have great council members such as all of you who have worked so incredibly hard to stick up for families at a time where we have faced enormous challenges. I am grateful, and I know that there are many, many other grateful parents out there who don't always come and don't always speak up, but your work does not go unnoticed, and I'm very, very grateful for it. I'd also just like to say hi to Kelly Shannon, who I'm used to seeing at PS41 PTA meetings, but who is now in a new location. We miss you at PS41, Kelly, but I'm very happy to see you here in this new setting. And I wish you all well, and will see you all soon, I hope, and congratulations on a very successful term.
Thank you. The next speaker on our list is Nadia Levy. Nadia, you can unmute yourself.
Hi. Similar to Maud, I just wanted to express my gratitude for all the council members on CECD2. I have been in the background, but I felt overwhelmed by everything that needed to be advocated for. And I just feel like all of you have given so much of your time and you've sacrificed for what you felt was right for the students and the families. And I think you should be thanked for your service. And on behalf of the French Dual Language Initiative, I would also like to say thank you for all the support over the years, and this year in particular with the council. Just everything that you do, we see it. And, you know, it may seem thankless, but a lot of us do see all the hard work that you're putting in. Thanks.
Thank you. The next speaker on our list is Lisa Marks. Lisa, if you're here, you can unmute yourself, please.
Hi, everyone. And I also just wanted to thank the outgoing members of CEC2, especially Ben Morden, President Ben Morden, Chen Kwok, Kush Das, Robin Kelleher, and Janie Huang for their service to District 2 parents and families, for really giving us, you know, representing our voices in what parents really want to see happen in schools. We want all schools to be elevated in terms of the standards and the quality of education that our kids are getting. But we also want, you know, selective schools to maintain merit-based standards, objective standards for admissions, such as G&T and screened middle schools. So that's something that we continue to advocate for. And I hope that the next CEC representatives will help us do that and keep giving us a platform in order to speak out to the DOE, because it's the only way that our voices can be heard. But parents are all united and in wanting the best education for our kids. And as a teacher myself, you know, I want to hold everyone to the, you know, push every child to do the best they can do. And every child should show growth. And that means whether you're accelerated or on grade level or struggling, all those students need supports. And so I really thank everyone at CEC2 for advocating for students in that way. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker on our list is Olivia Ramos. Olivia, please unmute yourself if you're here.
Thank you so much. Thank you for listening. I also wanted just to take time to thank the CEC District 2 Council members, Kwok, Kush, Daniela, Ms. Kelleher. We really appreciate all of the work that you put in. Very data focused, very solution oriented, and very focused to catering to the families. So from here, I just want to express my support and everything that you've done, and thank you for your time. And that's all I wanted to say. And have a lovely summer. And I hope we all rest and have a wonderful year next year in September. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And the next speaker on our list is Jessica Harvey. Jessica, if you're here, you can please unmute yourself.
Hi, Jessica Harvey here. I'm a teacher in District 2, and I'm also the UFT representative for District 2. And I just wanted to say that the UFT vehemently opposes resolution number 226 in language and in purpose. I question, is this resolution even within the purview of the CEC? Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. The next speaker on our list is Gavin Healy. Gavin, if you're here, please unmute yourself.
Great, thank you so much. So first of all, I really appreciate the attention in the superintendent's presentation today to special education recovery services, which I think are, you know, very important following COVID. And I also appreciate the use of the excellent captioning function in the PowerPoint presentation. It's really a nice feature, and it underscores the utility and benefits of universal design principles, that these features designed to provide greater accessibility to those who most need it ultimately benefit all of us, regardless of our disability status or our age. And it's a mindset, a mentality that it would be great to see in this CEC some more, particularly when we have 3 resolutions on the table today in which students with disabilities are really just invisible. In respect of Resolution 224, we had a long drawn out process of family and community engagement. And what we've heard is that people want options for accelerated curriculum, which they still have. And many families also wanted to decrease the stress of the competitive admissions process. The superintendent, deputy superintendents, and other district staff have been very patient in explaining this process and listening to the concerns of District 2 families and the CEC. And other than anecdotal evidence, there's no indication that declines in District 2 enrollment have anything to do with changes in admissions policies. We do know that rents have dramatically increased as of late, a development that's welcomed by probably nobody in the city at all, maybe except the landlords among us, I guess. And finally, District 2 enrollment is District 2 enrollment. I take issue with the statement in this resolution, in bold no less, that District 2 enrollment would be declining without asylum-seeking students. Asylum-seeking students in District 2 are District 2 students. The CEC's job is to represent all of its constituents, not measure some against others. Thank you.
Thank you, Gavin. Next speaker on our list is Faiza Maushi. Faiza, if you're here, please unmute yourself.
I'm here. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi there. Thanks for adding my name to the list of speakers. I first wanted to start with a question about the Class Size Matters bill. I'm wondering what it means for D2 schools, which are popular, and specifically for D2 high schools. D2 students already, unfortunately, don't have priority for D2 high schools, and this council has passed a number of resolutions, I think at least 2, expressing concern about the low number of D2 high school students that match to any of their top 12 choices. This may be a pedestrian analysis, but I'm just wondering, this bill further reduce the number of kids matching to their preferred high schools? So that's a point of concern that I wanted to bring up. And secondly, I want to take this opportunity to thank this council, for taking on the thankless, challenging, and often, almost reviled task of speaking up for acceleration, for, screening, etc. In today's environment, it seems to have become this kind of, I don't know, this kind of, it's like a bad word to say that you want acceleration or to say that you want any screens. It equates to you almost being called a racist. As someone who's lived in multiple different countries and studied at multiple different types of education, I think that just the fact that this council has the guts to speak up for acceleration and not care about the people who try to paint them as racists or whatever, I want to thank you for your courage for doing that. Specifically, President Ben Morden. I know Robin Kelleher gets her fair share of, file. Everyone on this council. There's Len, there's Chien, there's Kush. If I'm forgetting anyone, I apologize, profusely. But I remember when we were pushing for a lower lab middle school, and the reason we were pushing for a lower lab school is because fantastic school, it does super well. This council worked hard to put this resolution calling for it, and it just makes me sad because lower lab is at 197% capacity. It's a fantastic school. We do so much with so little. I think instead of focusing on reducing the number of seats at high performing schools, we should be increasing them and trying to keep people in the city. As far as the previous speaker, Healy, something said, that's not the reason why people are leaving the city. It is the reason why people are leaving the city, because they want a better education.
Faiza, you've gone over the time, so.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I just was trying to. Okay. The next speaker on our list is Craig Slutskin. Craig, if you're there, please unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. And first, thank you to council members Morden, Silverman, Das, Kelleher, Egorov, Fox, Sim, and Wu. You've all worked so hard over the past term, and we owe each of you a debt of gratitude. I've worked with several of you as members of the Admissions and Diversity Committee, and it's been such a learning experience for me. You elevated voices that others in the DOE simply ignored. Council members Kelleher and Egorov, you each, in my opinion, you literally saved lives with your work on school safety, particularly at 75 Morton, when others mocked student victims. And Councilmember Kelleher, I've said this before on these meetings, but it's worth saying again. Your work on our asylum seeker families, you're nothing short of an angel. You were on the ground. You were transporting food and clothing at all hours, weekends, nights, finding individuals' items of needs, and not just making speeches. You really did an amazing job there, and you all should be proud of the work you did. And on tonight's agenda, Resos 224 and 225 do make a lot of sense. Schools are bleeding. Many of my son's friends are leaving, and they're not all leaving New York City. They're leaving to go to parochial or private or charter. And in many cases, it's because they have older siblings and the parents are terrified of the state of our middle and high schools. And this is a fact because I speak to these parents. While some on this council may say good riddance to those families, either more for the rest of us, or my kids have these opportunities, your kids shouldn't. I think this is a massive concern and downright appalling. Not everybody can afford a private option, and not everybody should have to feel that they should have to consider the suburb. I really encourage both the superintendent and the DOE high-level administration to take heed. When I leave a job, I have an exit interview, and perhaps maybe we should do this, figure out a way to find out why students who left the system did so, and again, take heed. So I think 224 and 225 are great blueprints for action. Thank you, and again, congratulations, and thank you for all the work that this council has done this year. Good night.
Thank you, Craig. The next speaker on our list is Tom Rockledge. Tom, if you're here, please mute yourself.
Hey, can you hear me, Len?
Yes, we can, Tom.
Okay, thanks. I was gonna turn the camera on, but here we go. First, my child is graduating 8th grade this year, so I'd like to thank all of our teachers for all of their hard work. I would also like to reiterate how dumb the Community Education Council is. Not because the individual members don't care about education, but because this council. Can I speak? Yeah, but because this council has no power. All of these resolutions are meaningless. They have no authority. They're continuously ignored by the Department of Education. On an individual level, I would like to thank Robin Broshi. If it was not for your complete and utter lack of self-awareness and blatant hypocrisy, I would not be where I am today. You have set me free. I can no longer work in large firms, spiraling from your viral breakdown, owing to my friend coming over my home and your failure to consider that people can treat people like people without having to read a stupid book written by con artists like Robin DiAngelo and Ibrahim Henry Rogers. I would also like to point out that over your tenure at the CEC, you have accomplished nothing with the noted exception of segregating people, and you have. But I would like to thank everyone for allowing me to speak for 2 minutes, and I believe that's by statute. But have a great evening, enjoy, and thank you all. Good night.
Thank you, Tom. And the next speaker on our list is Steve Resnick. Steve, if you're there, please unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. Good evening. My name is Steve Resnick, and I'm a member of the Council of Supervisors and Administrators. And tonight I'm speaking on behalf of CSA leadership to speak about the state's new class size law. Our union agrees with the DOE analysis. We already are meeting the class size caps for the 2023-2024 year, yet there are serious concerns about future implementation beyond 2024-2025. Our union firmly believes that smaller class sizes are beneficial to students. Anyone who's ever stepped foot in a classroom understands how fewer students often results in more individual attention, better communication and connection between teachers and students, and more meaningful participation in lessons. However, we must begin by acknowledging the challenges. The DOE projects it must hire 9,000 new teachers along with commensurate number of assistant principals and must invest 30 to 35 billion in capital funding to create new space. Yet there is no plan on how to recruit the additional teachers and assistant principals needed, and any concrete plan for school construction authority to create these new classrooms. We believe that it's in the best interest for the city to be acting as if we are in the year 3 of the phase-in plan of staffing and space and begin to impact schools. Reducing class size causes enrollment to decline. Schools will lose substantial resources. Where are the displaced students going? How will we support these displaced families that expected to attend a specific school? How soon will the city build more seats? We worry that it's late. It takes the city a couple of years on average to build a new school. This law to be implemented with fidelity. I'm just going to read from the last paragraph because I had to cut it short. Here we go. This law is implemented with fidelity. We must not leave school teachers in a position to be forced to cut resources from extracurricular activities, valuable enrichment, and/or intervention programs in their schools. What makes matters worse, the loss of resources will harm our most vulnerable students. All parties need to be transparent and communicative about the practical implementation challenges. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Stephen. Do we have any other speakers? Because I'm not showing any other speakers on our list.
That's it.
Thank you. So our first public speaking session is now concluded. For those who spoke, thank you for signing up. I know some of you are signed up for the second speaking session, and we'll get to you when that starts.
All right. Thank you, Recording Secretary Silverman. Just 1 second. It goes to our next item on our agenda. It's the report of the president. I'm going to yield my time to Vice President Das, who requested to do a Vice President report today. So I'm going to yield my time, but I'm just going to thank everyone for the opportunity to help serve District 2 for the past 2 years as president, 1 year as treasurer, and 4 years as on the council. It was been an amazing experience, and I think all parents that who like being involved in their students' education and their classrooms education. This is an opportunity. I know we just had an election. The results, I'm told, will be out at the end of this week. But for parents who didn't participate in this election, I highly recommend, if you're interested in education policy, this is to consider the Community Education Council in the future. I think it's very important to have a platform and to express your opinions, and just to know that this is a volunteer program. I mean, a volunteer council, and that we're here to help kids. And I know it can get very passionate at times.
What?
But it's important to.
What happened?
Hello, Len. Thank you for muting. It's we're here. We're here because we care. And with that, I'd like to pass it over to Councilmember Das, Vice President Das, for your.
Thank you, Ben. You sure you don't want to say anything more?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
And Ben, thank you, Ben.
Before I speak, I would like to ask a question, possibly make one motion. Thank you for yielding the time. But I saw that Spencer Silverman was supposed to make a report during a business meeting. I don't think he should wait. I'd like to give him a larger stage because I don't think anyone waits that long. And ask Spencer, would you like to speak now? And if so, I'd like to make a motion to do that.
Yeah, sure. I'll say something.
Then I'd like to make a motion to let our student representative speak ahead of the vice president.
I second.
Mute yourself. Okay. So we need to take a vote on that. So what we're actually voting for is to
change the agenda
to
allow
Spencer speak.
Yes, I go
now
to speak now.
But he could theoretically speak at a later point, but that's fine.
I'd like to give him his largest stage.
Does anyone want to debate this?
He's been a representative.
Right. Okay, so I'm going to call
show of hands.
No, let's do a roll call vote real quick. Robin Broshi. Oh, so the motion on the floor is to allow Spencer Silverman the opportunity to make some comments or to speak. Robin Broshi,
Yes.
Kaushik Das. He acknowledged.
Thumbs up.
Daniela.
I give you a thumbs up, but
Urgarov,
yes, yes.
Yes.
Lupe Hernandez,
Yes.
Robin Kelleher,
Yes.
Jan Kwok,
Yes.
Ben Warden,
Yes.
Sonal Patel.
Yes,
Did I pronounce it correctly?
you did. You got
Thank
it.
you.
Len.
Thank you. I
Nailed it.
appreciate
Nailed
that.
it.
I should probably abstain, but I'll say yes. Lim Fong Sim,
Yes, yes.
and Li Hua Wu. Lily? Do we have Lily here? Okay, we'll just come back to her. Anyone? Okay, motion passes. Spencer, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Good evening, everybody. Yeah, first, I'd like to thank Superintendent McGuire for the opportunity to serve as the student representative on the District 2 CEC. I'd also like to thank President Morden, his fellow officers, and all the members of the District 2 CEC as well. It's been a pleasure serving as the student member of the council, and it's been a very informative and rewarding experience. Although I've kept my remarks this term limited, I'd like to keep this opportunity to make a few comments and offer my opinions on some of the issues facing our school district. I've been very fortunate to have attended some amazing District 2 public schools, including PS6, PS77, the Lower Lab School, as well as Eastside Middle School. The quality of education that I received in those schools was excellent, and they're some of the finest public schools in the city of New York. I've also been fortunate to attend the Bronx High School of Science, which, although not in District 2, is an amazing specialized high school. I'll be graduating in a few weeks, and on June 26th, I'll be continuing my public school education as a cadet in the United States Military Academy at West Point. I believe it's important for students of my generation to volunteer and commit to public service, and I hope that organizations such as the District 2 CEC will continue to welcome student members so that they can be a part of the decision process on issues affecting our community. I encourage the New York City Department of Education to make more opportunities available so that greater numbers of students can partner with the educational and community leaders to learn more about the issues that affect our lives in such important ways. We find ourselves presently embroiled by lack of consensus regarding the future of education in our city. Having served on this council, it's clear that issues such as diversity, equity, merit, educational rigor, and school admissions can often trigger vastly opposing opinions. I like to think that despite the issues that have divided us, there are central truths that we can all agree upon. Perhaps most importantly, that every child in New York City deserves a quality education. While we might disagree on how best to provide that quality education, it seems clear to me that there can be many paths to achieving that goal. I would encourage the Department of Education and this community not to abandon academic rigor in the name of equity. Academic rigor and equity do not have to be mutually exclusive. I believe that students should be rewarded for hard work and achievement. Otherwise, it's difficult to ask students to remain motivated. I also believe, as others have said, that school admissions should be based on academic and social emotional needs and not in a lottery that awards spots based on chance. If we ever needed proof that the lottery system does not work, consider my former school, Lower Lab. Lower Lab is a gifted and talented school, and I've learned recently that 27 out of 57 students on a survey have indicated they'll be leaving the public school system to attend private schools. Certainly, we should question if the failure to get one of their top schools is the reason that their parents have indicated that they'll leave the public school system. If we want to retain students in the public school, we have to provide them with options and schools that are challenging and meet their needs. Otherwise, more and more students will continue to leave the public school system. While I've been fortunate to attend some amazing schools, there can be no doubt that the large number of New York City schools are being failed by an educational system that has not addressed their needs. We must strive to ensure that all of our city students have access to the resources that they need to succeed. We should strive to provide equal opportunity, but not at the cost of engineering equal outcomes for students. True equity is providing every student with the tools to succeed. Let's work on improving teaching, physical facilities, and testing resources for all students. Let's work together to make sure that students in temporary housing have sufficient resources, but let's also maintain academic rigor and understand that no two students are the same. Different students have different needs, and whether they be social, emotional, or academic, as the parents of Lower Lab have shown, when the community fails to adapt and meet to those needs, families will go elsewhere. We have to think outside the box and customize education so that it addresses each student's individual needs. I hope that the next board will work towards building consensus around many of the issues I've just discussed and work to involve students more in the process of CEC work. Again, I want to thank my fellow board members and wish everybody the best of luck in the future. Thank you.
Spencer, that was an excellent speech. Thank you very much.
Wow, did Vice President Das, did you get wind of that speech before? I believe Council Member Sim has a hand raised. Yes.
Yes, yes. Spencer, you're the reason why I spent 2 years on this council. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, and good luck with your next venture at West Point. It's amazing. Congratulations.
Thanks.
All right, Council Member, Vice President Das. Yes.
Thank you. Oh yeah, ready to go. Although I don't now I don't want to follow that act, even though I started this whole thing. In any case, yes, I request to make a vice president's report. At the very beginning of this council term, we were asked to tell us a little bit about ourselves. I don't know how many people got to hear it. It was a little disjointed. We did it over multiple sessions, some live, some online. I'm going to repeat a little bit of what I said. I said that I actually started with my parents. My parents, who immigrated from India in the 1970s, my dad came here with $300 in his pocket. He came here with $300 with his pocket without his wife, without my mom. I wasn't born at the time, of course, to make sure that he could set up a place for her and his upcoming family that he expected to raise in this country. And he did so with a one-way ticket. No way home, no friends in New York City, no family in New York City, no one to reach out to. He made friends, he made a name for himself, he made jobs for himself, but not before taking several jobs that to his death, he never told me about, because probably he was frankly embarrassed to have taken them, but he felt he needed to do so to make a life for his family. 4 to 6 months later, he sent away from my mom, who also came here with a one-way ticket, and another $150 in her pocket. That was not only the sum total of everything that they owned, it was also most of what they had borrowed from friends and family, and was most of what they had in India to live on. Despite all this, and now this is not an unusual story for many of us who come from, who are first generation immigrants. We've heard it before, but they came here to this country to make better lives for their kids that they didn't even have yet. And actually, before they even got here, they had the goal of wanting to send their kids to Harvard, because that is, or at least was their way, and it's for the most part the Indian way, and very much an Asian story as well. Why do I bring this all up? I bring this all up because more than once on this council, directly and indirectly from the DOE, I've seen it time and again. Asians are accused of privilege. They're lumped with whites. We're also accused of privilege, regardless of where they come from, regardless of whether or not they have a Jewish background, regardless of whether or not they're refugees from Ukraine. It doesn't matter. We're white or Asian, and therefore we are privileged. Previous councils have talked a lot about microaggressions. This is not a microaggression. This is an outright aggression. Further to this point, let me share a screen. Bear with me. Further to this point, do people see this? Here's a chart that comes up all the time. New York specialized high school enrollment by race. I've talked many times before as the admissions and diversity chair how I distribute these 4 crude buckets of Asian, as if that can encompass the diversity of culture that actually exists in Asia, or Black, which includes a large number of people who are born in this country Black, but also a number of African immigrants, recent immigrants, Hispanic, don't get me started on that, and white, which again excludes which lumps together all different categories that I have already discussed. But what's always discussed in this chart is, see that white and Asian students are taking away seats from Black and Hispanic students. And again, I'm going to talk about the microaggression and the outright aggression here. I want to question why Asian students are actually lumped with whites. First of all, I don't agree with that, looking at it that way in the first place, but This is always mentioned in regards to, this is an example of white supremacy. This is an example of systemic racism. It is not. It is in fact quite the opposite. If you look at this chart of white versus all minority groups, you will see that actually white students have a smaller and smaller number every year and a decreasing percentage to a large extent every year. So why, therefore, are Asians lumped into this category? I call that the aggression. I call that racism. I call that systemic racism. It's something that's been perpetuated. Well, let me pull up my notes. It's been perpetuated many times. I saw it to a very large extent from former Mayor de Blasio. I saw it from 2 former chancellors. One chancellor who made repeated anti-Asian comments, yet wanted to foist sensitivity training on all others. I've heard it. It's also come into play from our superintendent. We've heard from unanimous voices of downtown Chinatown parents that they wanted options for screen schools. They unanimously said this, and not only unanimously said this, they said they didn't even understand the concept of lottery or why that should be used to distribute seats to students. He went further. He said he wanted to engage this community and hear what they have to say and act on that. Yet he somehow lost this video where all the parents unanimously requested screen middle schools. Further, been accused of, I was accused of privilege from day one when by a fellow council member. And I felt this again from council members who couldn't find it in themselves, despite the fact that they believe in diversity, couldn't find it within themselves to vote for a letter in support of Asian American students. I've heard other council members say that we should apologize when we say something that's insensitive. I received no such apology from we did get a sort of apology from the mayor. We received no such apology from the chancellor, no such apology from the superintendent, and certainly no such apology from my council members. And you know what? I don't even want apologies. I don't care. I want improved outcomes. I want improved outcomes for all our students, and that includes Black and Hispanic students. And I'll remind again that I'm a father of 2 half Hispanic daughters. Once again, I'd like to share my screen. Sorry if I'm not as adroit as this as I could be. We want to talk about outcomes. We always talk about lottery as a solution to all this. I think it's a piss poor solution. We always talk about increasing access to Black and Hispanic students. But in our DLT meeting, with the district leadership meeting, we listed chronic absenteeism rates by subgroups. Guess what the largest groups were? Black and Hispanic. I don't know the root causes of this, but I think we should try to explore what the reasons for that is. Because is it really that they don't have they don't have access to tutors, or they don't have access to, which is always the argument, don't have access to these schools, or because of systemic racism, or is it because it's very hard to teach students who don't go to school? And I'm not saying that because I'm not applying that to all students in that group. I'm just saying what the data says, and it's the largest by our district. It's the largest in New York City. Yet I've seen no effort by our superintendent all the way up to the highest levels of DOE. I have seen no effort to actually change this aspect of our education system. I want more of these kids. I want more of all kids in school so that they can learn, and maybe then we can deal with just some of the root causes of these inequities that perpetuate themselves down the road. So going beyond that, I'll also address some other comments we hear a lot. And actually, thank you. Thank you for our student representative, Spencer, for mentioning this. You mentioned lower lab. I think it's very relevant. We've passed a specific resolution for lower lab in regards to middle school, in regards to continuing GNT, and in regards to what happens if you don't provide an outlet for accelerated education, not just for these students, but for all students in our district, which again, I remind, are one of the highest performing in New York City, no matter how you cut it. Spencer, you mentioned that, yeah, 57, there are 57 graduating students from Lower Lab this year. They got offers to Eastside Middle, Wagner, Lab Middle, and a bunch of other. I'm forced to lump them into one category because many of the people in that group were under 6 students. But yes, 27 of them are actually going outside of the DOE. When previous years, they've had 5 to 10 students per year. That's a 270% to 540% increase. We passed resolutions addressing exactly this. Does the superintendent not want to inquire more here? Does the superintendent's boss not want to inquire more here? Do the higher levels of DOE enrollment not want to ask more questions? Do they not want to find out what these statistics are like in other schools in our district? Because this is exactly the problem that we have. Beyond that, we even had district planning. If we forget about the data that we've collected, we had district planning come to a meeting a long time ago. And this was glossed over a bit. And people said there's no evidence that there's an increase in private schools. There's no increase in enrollment in charter schools. False. They've actually broken down the data last year and 3 other years. And I'm sure there's another report coming, which we probably won't get till well after our term. But it actually showed an increase in all those categories. So laying this all together, really, there's no evidence that people are leaving New York City, leaving our district because of lack of schools that actually challenge them, because of taking away things that we've had and historically been known for, and drew people back to our district, to our city, so that parents could work in their city and send kids to their schools and offer them the curriculum that they deserve. Again, thank you, Spencer, for mentioning that. Regardless of what type of student that you are, all students deserve education that is appropriate to them, and we haven't been doing that. We haven't been doing that for high achieving students. We haven't been doing that for marginalized groups. We haven't been doing that really for anyone. And it's testament that people on this council, the many members on this council, all came here at the start of the term with all of their kids in public school systems. I'm going to highlight one of my colleagues, Robin Kelleher. She's been a 10-year PTA member, PTA president of 2 different schools, three times, has 3 kids in the system. When she started this term just 2 years ago, and at the end of her term, she'll have only one, who is also will be looking elsewhere outside New York City public schools. Do we really believe that we haven't failed them? We have. I don't know where to go from here. We've passed, as a council, 55 resolutions. Ben, is that number right? I can't remember, 55 or 66. Presumably 3 more after today. I handed Chancellor Banks the whole stack of them. And I pointed out that our superintendent has enacted none of the recommendations recommended in those resolutions. We write them. We spent a lot of time debating them. He's been here for all of them, but nothing has been done about any of them. So, in closing, you can say that you can say what you will about us, but we have spent a significant amount of our time, blood, sweat, and tears, and time with our family to offer constructive plans to improve our education system. They are ignored. To bring up a previous speaker's point, and I don't understand why. If we want to involve parents, if you really want to involve parents, if you want to engage with CEC and be cooperative with them, you make plans to do so. You don't have occasional meetings with the president and the vice president, and just continue them. You don't have occasional meetings with the admissions and diversity committee and discontinue them. You invite them to the table, you listen to what they have to say, and you actually enact some of the recommendations that parents have clearly come here and said they wanted over and over again. They've come to a citywide, forums held by former Deputy Chancellor Adrian Austin, even during the height of COVID. Majority across our district, across our borough, and most other boroughs asked for more, and were given none. Do you really think you're listening to parents? I asked that of our superintendent, and I asked that for upper level DOE. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Doss. And that concludes that agenda point, the report of the Vice President. The next report is the report of Community District 2 Superintendent Kelly McGuire.
Point of order. Can we please have the chat turned off pursuant to our rules?
No, disagree. We voted some time ago.
Oh, we
to not have
did?
them turned
Okay.
off so that
Okay,
people
all right
could-
then.
So that people could ask questions.
Okay, I
They
apologize.
comment during our speeches.
Then I apologize. I just was reading what would have been posted before about the rules. So, okay. That's right, we did.
Thanks so much, everybody, and thanks for having us tonight. This is the final meeting of the school year, and I know that people have put a lot of time, energy, and care into the work of the Community Education Council. And for that, we should be appreciative. And I'll comment a little bit more on that at the end of our presentation tonight. But I am going to just start by sharing a little bit about some of the celebrations that we've had recently in District 2. As I mentioned to the council and to other entities within the district, we started a middle school leadership conference at the start of the year in partnership with the Borough President's Office. That middle school leadership conference was made up of 2, sometimes 3 students from every single middle school in the district. That MSLC worked together in partnership with a couple of our principals and a teacher to really engage in investigation of issues that were very important to them. And last week, they had the opportunity to present their ideas and their plans to Chancellor Banks. They presented on issues related to the environment, in relationship to mental health, in relationship to school health. And according to the students and in private conversations with Chancellor Banks, they were just really overwhelmed and wowed by how impressive our students were, how impressive their research was that went into these different projects. And so we're very proud of this and looking forward to engage again next year with another group of MSLC students. We also want to congratulate a few students from Salk Middle School that presented at the Citywide STEM Expo. They investigated a couple of different questions. What is the correlation between solar phenomena and the amount of sunspots? And what lowers carbon dioxide levels more in an enclosed environment? QAAER strips or a snake plant? So these were a couple of different projects that were highlighted at the Citywide STEM Expo, and thanks to the Salk team there for showing up and sharing. Also, we've got a couple of other end of year celebrations, a second place win to the PS 111 rugby team, and also to PS 111 that's just done a really magnificent job of engaging with the community. Both students and families that have been a part of PS 111 for a long time, as well as families and students who are seeking asylum in our country. They've just done a really wonderful job there. We are going to turn the next chunk of our time here to the K-5 literacy curriculum, which we are right in the midst of, and I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Deputy Superintendent Kelly Shannon.
Thank you so much, Superintendent McGuire. It's a pleasure to be here with all of our council members and the community at large. We have had the opportunity over the last few weeks to be part of schools' end of year ceremonies. And I just want to take a moment to say that it's such a beautiful thing to be in company of our children across District 2 as they're getting ready for their stepping up ceremonies, middle school graduation, end of year arts events. It's been a true pleasure for Deputy Superintendent Higgins, Superintendent McGuire, and myself to visit our school leaders, our teachers, and to be in company of our families also. And so as I go into this presentation, I want to go back to something that I had shared earlier in the year that is the foundation to the work that we are doing across our district and across the city. And so this is the Hollis Scarborough's reading rope. And basically, it's another visual representation to talk about the two buckets of literacy work that we're doing across our district. And the first has been work that was started last year and in some of our schools years prior, and work that we will continue to deepen as we go into the fall. So our work around foundational literacy skills to improve student outcomes is a continued focus in District 2. And so all of our schools have moved to evidence and research-based programs to provide phonemic awareness, phonics, and fluency work in our early grades. They may be using really great reading, foundations, and a combination of Heggerty, along with some Tier 3 programs like Bridge the Gap. All of those provide opportunities to develop phonological awareness, decoding and encoding skills, and sight recognition. We will continue to go into this coming year, and from families' feedback I even heard tonight, it is critical that we continue to deepen the work that we've started, and that is through ongoing professional development. We have many teachers across District 2 this summer who will be attending our team-led phonics, phonemic awareness, foundational work, and vocabulary development sessions that we will be leading this summer with various team members. I know many of you heard from one of our AIS coordinators last month, and I was thrilled that Janine was able to present to all of you. You can go to the next slide. Thank you, Kelly. So we think about when we think about the comprehensive approach to literacy, we're thinking about this, as I said, in two areas: the foundational literacy skills work that we are continuing to focus on. And then we think about the rest of the literacy block across our district schools, across the different programs they use. The curriculum is a tool at which they use, but structures and routines focus around vocabulary development, background knowledge building, verbal reasoning, language structures, teaching how to write a complete and coherent sentence, and literacy knowledge, understanding different genres that students are exposed to. The shift that is beginning to happen, that we're beginning to think about as we are tasked with choosing one of the three curriculum that the city has offered to each of the school districts. The biggest shift that is taking place is around building background knowledge and vocabulary development, ensuring that whatever structures and practices that we have in place that are already strong, that we are going to keep, that we're building on them and providing students opportunities and access to build that background knowledge and to build strong vocabulary development, which is directly linked to building strong comprehension skills. Go to the next slide, Kelly. Thank you. So when we think about a knowledge building curriculum, some information around what each of these three have, and we are thinking carefully through what our principal advisory group, the school visits that we have gone to see implementation, to talk to teachers, to talk to principals, to talk to district team members about the kinds of support that was brought up earlier this evening. It is absolutely essential, the kinds of professional development that we provide our educators, that we bring to our principals, the resources we provide make a huge difference in how well anything is implemented, let alone the additional time that's needed, what year one looks like versus year 3, 4, and 5. So in these curriculum, the change that you will see, using complex text to build students' knowledge and vocabulary. So as much as we have read alouds and we have opportunities in our science classrooms and sometimes through our social studies work that we're doing, this makes a concerted effort to build around a set of text that will build the background knowledge for all students, to then be able to engage in developing vocabulary, a deeper sense of vocabulary development, as well as then to think through some critical reading skills that they are practicing within that complex text. In addition, these texts are on grade level or above grade level text. That does not take away from the opportunities to have choice and to read just right books, but it also means that we want to ensure that all students are given the opportunity to have productive struggle and to work through text that is on grade level or above grade level. In addition, daily speaking, writing, speaking, and listening tasks are embedded into the lessons. And so that is not very dissimilar from the work that's already being done across our schools. However, there are specific moments to where we're writing to learn. So as we think about knowledge building curriculum, we're thinking about what are the tenets of the design of any of these three choices. We're thinking through which of these choices potentially matches the needs of our schools to the best extent that it can. Again, it is a tool and no one curriculum will do anything, which provides us the opportunity to be flexible to what is already existing strong practice. This is allowing us to keep in place what is already strong and happening in our school, individual school communities to meet the needs of those school communities, the students in front of them, the wishes and desires of families in the community around structures and routines that are strong and that are really part of the school's mission and vision. In addition, we're thinking last and not least about the kinds of professional learning that are being offered with any organizations that we're looking to partner with, as this is a decision that will be made when we go into the fall. These are some of the things we're taking to place, but it's really important to share both the existing work that continues to happen, which is our foundational literacy work. That's part of a literacy block that's already existing in all our schools. The shift in a knowledge building curriculum is ensuring that each and every day students have access to a grade level text, and that through that grade level text, we are building background knowledge and have a strong emphasis on vocabulary development. That does not preclude current structures and opportunities that exist in our school for other types of writing units, for other types of opportunities to engage in reading when we think about the read alouds we do in shared reading. Next slide, Kelly. So some of the components that will seem really familiar to you, and then some shifts that are happening. Our phonics and phonemic awareness is still a component of our literacy block that will continue, and that is not shifting. Then in addition, as part of the rest of the reading block outside of our phonics development, we have things like read aloud, shared reading that will continue. One of the shifts that will happen will be supported reading on grade level text, ensuring again daily, weekly, and monthly that students are anchored in that common text and building that background knowledge and deepening vocabulary development. Independent reading in all of the schools that we visit, it is something that most schools valued and wanted to keep in play and have students have choice and voice in the selection of text outside of the common text that they were using. Writing is something that will continue to be part of our literacy block, as well as centers when we think about our early grades and independent practice, which can look different across our school communities. We wanted to take this opportunity to continue to build understanding around these the tenets of these three curriculum choices that we'll be moving to make a decision in the fall, the process of which we're collaborating with our internal stakeholders at the moment, and hearing their feedback and thinking through how that informs the work that we'll be doing in making and moving towards selecting one of the three curriculum choices as we start to settle into that. And then to questions that came up earlier and feedback and comments that we've been hearing from individual schools, from leaders across the district are, what is the way in which the district as well as the central office will be providing support in any curriculum change we make, even currently happening right now in our district. We have schools working with their school leadership teams, which we will also be engaging in conversations with SLTs across the district and with the larger community as we move towards the selection process and finalizing it. So much will be centered around what potential changes might happen and what are the resources and supports that we'll offer. And that is not all planned out yet until we have better sense with our stakeholders, which choice we're moving towards. And then from there, we take that next year to do that due diligence and the work that we need to do, much like we've been doing around foundational literacy work. Prior to embedding that work into schools this year, we had several schools piloting work years prior, and the year prior, even though I wasn't part of the district team at that point, they had been ramping up the kinds of professional opportunities. We had to understand why this was going to become an important and necessary tool for us to use in our elementary schools to improve our students' reading benchmarks and to help them celebrate becoming readers and being able to do the best they can in school. As we continue to move forward as a district, we are looking forward to ongoing engagement as we move into the fall, not only with our internal stakeholders, but as we shared with members of the entire community through our SLTs and through family forums in which we want to also take the opportunity to provide opportunities to bring whatever vendor or vendors we are looking to continue to learn more information from and bring them to our families so that our families can continue to understand what these 3 curriculum choices offer and the challenges that will exist. And all of these, something that District 2 has done and will continue to do. So we have incredible educators and incredible school leaders and families who partner with us along the way to think through what makes sense, what are the needs within each school community, how do we bring the supports that are necessary into the school and ensure that any task that we take on, that we do it not only with fidelity, but we do it with integrity and that we have the best plan possible that we can put together. Before we move on, I also want to just say thank you to all our families who are here tonight. In talking to our principals and our teachers across the district, they're so thankful for your partnership and for your support of them and for the ways in which we can uplift one another to continue to ensure that all of our schools are meeting the needs of its students we serve. And that we learn from both best practice that's happening across our schools, which we've had multitudes of opportunities this year with both our principals, assistant principals, and teacher leaders across the district to go into each other's schools and really talk about practice, to anchor the work and the changes that we're making around the data that exist, and acknowledge both what is working as well as what is not working and how we address each of those areas. So thank you for being here with us tonight. Thank you for the opportunity to continue to be in collaboration with you, to be in community with you, and to continue these conversations as we go into the fall and we think through how to best serve the students of District 2.
Thank you, Deputy Superintendent Shannon. I appreciate your presentation so much. As our esteemed colleagues at PS 51 remind us that being literate is a human right, I just want to quickly transition to talking a little bit about Summarizing. Summarizing is a partnership, again, between the Department of Youth and Community Development and New York City Public Schools. When Summarizing was advertised, it was stated that there would be approximately 110,000 seats that would be available for students and families this summer. However, we had 139,000 families and students apply, greatly exceeding the allotment of 110,000 seats. We are proud to say that placements were provided to 94,000 students through a more fair and equitable process, where 79% of students received their first choice, 12% of students received their second choice, 7% of students received their third choice, and 2% received between their fourth and 12th choices. In District 2, we offer 2,450 seats for families. And what I want to say is that we know that in the first enrollment phase, that there were some families that received an offer where siblings were placed in different locations. And unfortunately, there were certain situations where the family was not able to obtain a seat. On June 16th, families should visit the New York City Public School family-facing website for Summarizing. At that time, you will be able to see which Summarizing programs and which CBOs have seats available. And I want to say this is specifically for those families that applied in the first phase of Summarizing. If you did not apply for Summarizing, you will have to wait until June 23rd. And after June 23rd, you will be able to apply for any of the available seats at that time. Just one final reminder that the first day of Summarizing is Wednesday, July 5th. And I turn it back to you, Superintendent McGuire. Thank you.
Thanks so much. It's great to work with good people. We've just got a couple of final dates here coming up for the rest of the year. We know that across many of our schools, students are taking Regents exams tomorrow and on Thursday. Our schools are closed for Juneteenth on June 19th, and the 27th is the last day of school. And as Deputy Superintendent Higgins said, the first day of Summarizing is July 2023. I do just want to express my appreciation for the CEC and for council members. As Spencer pointed out in his share earlier this evening, we might not always agree on many of the topics that have come up, but we certainly are all here to make sure that we try to create a positive and fruitful learning experience for all of our students, regardless of how it is that they enter school. I also want to express an appreciation because you are all volunteers and have put in countless hours, both here in the CEC as well as outside of the CEC, to put together resolutions to advocate for our schools and our students. And that is all good stuff. We need that kind of thing in our district. And so I truly appreciate that. And I do just want to also finally appreciate President Ben Morden. This is an incredibly difficult task that you took on as president of the CEC District 2. And I just want to appreciate how it is that you came to this meeting, truly out of an interest in making sure that all kids had access to an excellent education. I appreciate the extra attention that you wanted to give to real data that showed how students were learning. I appreciated your acknowledgement of hard work that was existing in some of our schools to help students who came into the school year not as readers and ended the year as readers. I just think that you really showed a lot of wonderful example in making sure that we are thinking about all of the kids and that we're putting a lot of the work that we're moving forward, thinking about data, thinking about numbers, thinking about progress. And so it's been a pleasure to get to know you and to work with you as a part of the CEC. And then just as a final note, this is our class photo. We had our final principal conference on Roosevelt Island a couple of weeks ago. This is just a wonderful group of principals and district team leaders. It's a real privilege to be able to work together with all of these folks who push me, help me to be better every single day. And so it was a joy to be with them and to listen to both the joys that we had to share, as well as the challenges that we know that are there ahead of us. So a real shout out and appreciation to the District 2 school leaders and District 2 team. And then just finally, we had a couple of folks who had presented here at the CEC meeting last month. We want to again post their information here in case you had follow-up questions that you wanted to ask directly with them in regard to both our foundational literacy programs, K-5 literacy programs, and middle school math. And so I just want to end by thanking you all for a school year in which I think that I have learned the most, more than any student here in District 2. And so thank you for pushing me, for helping me to think about all the different factors that go into helping to being an effective district leader. And so we look forward to the coming year and to the progress that we're going to make together as a community. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent McGuire. And thank you for your kind words. I really appreciate our many conversations together throughout the past 2 years. And I see council members do have their hands up. I just wanted to ask a quick question to Deputy Superintendent Shannon, Kelly Shannon, regarding knowledge curriculum. I think we're going to see tremendous returns from that, benefits to kids. I'm just curious, with the knowledge curriculum portion, the background curriculum, I should say, a background knowledge, will the students be reading more factual texts or versus like nonfiction versus fiction, and will they be reading more history in that case, more science? I'm just curious, when they build their background knowledge, is it weighted a certain way, or is it, or are they reading some classical literature? Or I'm wondering what how that component is, and I assume it's also depends upon the grade and all and the sophistication of the reader, but just curious how that works. And then I'll move on to the other.
Sure. Thank you so much.
CECs. For
each of the curriculum, there's a combination of both fiction and nonfiction. The topics, the units and modules are developed around both social studies and science topics. And so generally, you'll find that there's more nonfiction. However, they do use other text strewn throughout each of the units alongside the nonfiction text that they're using, and they're building background knowledge, but it is topic-based. That's what the modules and units are based on in each of the three curricular that have been presented to us.
Thank you very much. Recording Secretary Silverman, you have your hand up first.
Thank you, Superintendent McGuire. I noticed you put that picture up of your principals in District 2, and I just want to reference something bittersweet in our district, and that is the retirement of Eastside Middle Principal David Getz, who I had the privilege of spending 3 years with my son and serving on the SLT and as a PTA president for 2 years. It's bittersweet when we have such talented leaders that take that institutional knowledge with them. And I think Principal Getz, I don't want to get too informal here, has been an amazing leader of Eastside Middle School, and it's going to be a real loss. And I think he's done just an outstanding and phenomenal job in making Eastside Middle School one of the premier schools, not only in Manhattan, but in the city of New York. And I think he will sorely and deeply be missed in our district. And on behalf of the parents and alumni and students of Eastside Middle, I just want to, on behalf of the CEC, just thank you, Principal Getz, for your service, and just put that out there. I also wanted to say, you gotta, there are good things in our district that I've heard about that I think we should also mention. I've heard that PS 111 competed in the, and if I'm getting this right, the Mayor's Cup Minecraft competition, and won the Manhattan Championship and was a finalist to the citywide. So I want to put a shout out there. Maybe you can just comment briefly on that, but I think that's really good when, oh, okay. So I think we should celebrate the achievements of our district as well. And I think we have a lot to really toot our horn about, and we have some amazing students and leaders in this district. So sorry for rambling. I know there was so much of a question there, but just wanted to throw it out there.
I couldn't disagree. I couldn't agree more with everything that you said. Principal Getz has been a mentor to me when I first came on as principal. He's been a trusted colleague with whom I have shared ideas and gotten advice. In addition to David Getz at Eastside Middle School, Terry Ryder, who is principal of Battery Park City School, is also retiring. And Terry was the founding principal of that school. And so both of them are real institutions and have shared their knowledge and leadership with so many of our teachers and principals in the district, and really created great places for families. So thanks for mentioning that one.
Thank you, Recording Secretary Silverman, and Treasurer Igorov, you have your hand up.
Yes, my question is for Ms. Shannon. Again, thank you so much for all the work you're doing. I think it's some of the most important that Chancellor Banks is push across the city on making sure that we have science of reading in our schools. And I always am very impressed with your presentation. It really seems to be based on what I have learned about the science of reading. Even though I'm not an expert, I've read a lot because being the founding board chair of a charter schools for students who don't speak English at home, and also just the struggles of my own kid learning to read. What I want to ask is, and again, I feel like a broken record, but it's great that everybody's getting this training, but how are we going to ensure that they are not using the practice that we know are detrimental to learn to read? How are we going to ensure that no school is presenting a curriculum night with slides saying that they're going to teach kids the queuing system? which has happened in our district this year. How can we ensure that no parent's going to receive an email from their teacher saying that they are helping the kid learn to read by looking at the pictures in the books, which has happened in our district? How can we, and one real question I have, the only question I have with your presentation is, you talk a lot of independent reading. There's so much research that shows that independent reading for kindergartners cannot read independently. It's just a waste of instructional time during the school. And so how are we going to ensure that the schools are not putting kids who cannot read, spending all this time doing independent reading when we know that is not going to happen? So again, I really appreciate all the work that you're doing. I know it's based on science and it's so great, but how can we also work to make sure that this practice that we know are detrimental are not happening in our district?
Thank you so much for your questions. I'm going to start with independent reading. That's one facet of what we provide our students with. And in kindergarten, you will see that across our schools, there's been a big shift in especially the fall of kindergarten. Many schools have moved away from running records and are using books we're calling decodables and really leaning into the phonics work and center work. And so that's work that we expect to see continued. And in fact, we're seeing great results from that. We're seeing students who previously may have stayed in level text such as A, B, and C for a good portion of the year. When we're focusing on foundational literacy work, we're seeing that when we get to the spring, they are ready and able to move into more sophisticated text. And so we're aware of that. Our principals are aware of that. And we keep that emphasis when we go on school visits, when they work with our any of our team members, and when the superintendent, myself, and and Deputy Superintendent Higgins are visiting our schools. I want to say that coming from a principalship, and having been a teacher, so just echoing our superintendent and everyone here, not only thanking families, but all of the educators, we want them to stay. You mentioned some senior leadership principals who are retiring. It's really important to us that we cultivate and build the skills and talents of our leaders, and we want them to stay in these positions. We want them to love and enjoy running their school communities. And so I have full faith that in working with the principals and educators across our district, not only to make sure we're thinking about the needs of individual schools, that we're clear about what our expectations are, and that ultimately we're always looking for our students moving forward in their growth. And so for me, it is less from a perspective of just compliance. It is much more from a place of deep understanding and collaboration and respect for the work in front of us, and understanding who our students are and what their needs are. And if we are truly meeting them, compliance becomes less of the conversation, and it becomes much more around what is the innovation that happens with any curriculum we bring in. However, certainly we continue to make our expectations as clear as possible. And I really appreciate the openness and the willingness from all of our school leaders to engage in these conversations with us, to both challenge us when we need to be challenged, but also to understand the potential areas of growth that we can all have by thinking about new learning that is coming to us from the research that we are taking in and now implementing across our schools.
All right, thank you. And Councilmember Hernandez, you have your hand up.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation and the engagement that I have heard from many of the schools, from the principals to the educators, that they are looking forward to participating in this feedback forum and collaborating to see what is going to be working. I have to say personally, my own son's experience with dyslexia brought me into this space, back in kindergarten. And I was happy, and I recognize the privilege that, our school at PS 234 was able that very next year to inherit the pilot that has been extremely successful. And I just want to uplift the work that the district on both from top down has done to support But I will, and I'm very thankful that that is expanding. I wish all of our elementary schools could have this program, and as I'm sure you do as well. And that goes back to funding, and that's a whole nother can of worms. But I think in regards to the science of reading, some of the work that the Literacy Academy Collective that I was able to, first get introduced again back in the last term of the CEC, and happy to see this transition. However, we've heard from our community today, we heard from them at the last month, and I've also heard from our educators that, we are concerned about the lack of data that is associated with these 3 mandated curriculums that we are going to have to choose from, and it really providing the structured literacy that is needed to address many of these learning disabilities. And it gives these students that have these learning disabilities access, right? Access to to be able to learn alongside all of their peers. I think to say that, what was being done within the teacher's curriculum was not effective for some, but those that were being left behind, unfortunately, were violated of their civil rights and lack of access to information, which is lack of access to even be able to participate fully and engage in our in civically. And with that being said, I'm wondering, with this feedback and with this collaboration with our educators, if at what point and how long will we allow these curriculums before we say this is not working? Because we're funding, and again, I'm grateful. Just we got it in our budget. SAMS was able to get some of our teachers in professional development, where we have our teachers actually being trained in Orton Gillingham, right? And we know this works. And so why is it that we're not spending, and this is not a question to you, I apologize, but it is a question I like to put out to New York City Public Schools, is that why are we not putting this funding towards the professional development, towards techniques that we know actually work? I'm just concerned that there's zero data, zero research in these 3 curriculums, but I recognize and appreciate that you guys are leaning into the educators and seeing what we can do to make it function for what we have. The other concern I've heard is the building tools available in the vending. Teachers have said that even in the past, and that's just been the lack of those materials for them to be able to access within the vendors. DOE vendor is been obsolete, and they would, in addition to that professional development, if we can build more tools for them to be able to create that curriculum that I think there's a myth that this is boring, but I think that our educators are capable of creating really fun, meaningful, and cultural responsive ways of approaching this type of structured literacy. I did have one more point and I just lost it, but I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to also providing any feedback if you guys are willing, just from I don't know what the pool is of who you guys are talking to, but I do know that these are coming up. And if there's any surveys that you could provide additional teachers that are unable to participate, I apologize, my earpiece just died, that would greatly be appreciated. So thank you.
Vice President Doss? You have your hand raised?
Yes, sorry, give me 1 second. Superintendent McGuire, I raised a few points. You said you addressed some of them. I understand if maybe you didn't get to, but can I focus in on 1 or 2? Let's start with data. We passed resolutions for lower lab. We did so for a reason. There was specifically parents that said that there was lack of continued challenges for their kids beyond their school. You said you meet those needs, and we have a large number of students not continuing in DOE schools just next year, which is, I think, what this council has said for 2 years. Do you really have nothing to say about that? Have you talked with the principal about that? Have you talked to principals of other schools? And I'm not concerned about that. I think it's an ongoing trend, but why doesn't this concern you? Why not mention anything about this?
So is your question, am I concerned about the large number of parents from lower lab?
27 kids from lower lab are not continuing on to DOE schools, whereas previous years that's been 5 to 10.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, of course. I mean,
during a year that you continued, probably finally, lottery for middle school students.
What is your question?
Not concerned about that?
I am concerned about that.
What are you doing about that?
Yeah, I'm concerned every time that a family chooses to not stay in the Department of Education. And at the end of the fall, when we had to put together a plan in regard to how it is that we were going to engage in admissions for kids who are going to be starting 6th grade this fall, we also let people know that this was going to be a process that we were going to look at on an ongoing basis. Chancellor Banks has made that clear, that he wants superintendents to continue to engage with their communities to make sure that the admissions process that is in place is one that is responsive to parents, to helps to build enrollment in our district. And so that is the intention, to continue to do that.
But what exactly? I mean, you say that, and you say that you care that we passed these resolutions and you've learned a lot from us. I beg to differ. I think I'd like you to point to one resolution where you have listened to our advice. The majority of parent leaders who were elected to this position.
Okay. Council member, Vice President Das, let's not belabor this.
Okay, fine. Please point to a resolution where you have listened to us, and please tell me any plans for also addressing chronic absenteeism, which I also know is an ongoing issue, and it's something that we've grappled with when I was on SLT at PS 33, because I would point to that as a bigger source of why kids don't succeed or why they're left behind, as opposed to diversity initiatives. And I think Chancellor Banks would agree.
Yep. I mean, we are gonna look at our admissions policy that we're going to put into place for this fall, which would affect kids who would be starting middle school in the fall 2024. I don't have anything specific, but I can say that not just through resolutions, but through conversations, both with many of you all, with parents who are not a part of the CEC, who don't necessarily attend CEC meetings. All of that is influential. I don't turn my ears off to anybody. I recognize my role here, and my role is to think about the broader district, the entirety of District 2, and to try to put a plan in place that's really going to be supportive of our district long term. So definitely more to come with that. In regard to long-term absences, that's an attendance in general. That is a project that we are working on almost every single day. We have hired an additional attendance teacher. We've hired additional folks who speak more than one language, both Mandarin, Spanish, We've hired someone who is working directly with schools in an F status position, so that we have more people who are on the ground to help to get kids into schools. There's a lot of investigations that need to happen sometimes when kids are absent from schools for multiple days. So this is a high priority for us, and we're putting a lot of resources into it. Our attendance rates have, like parts of the city, dipped at different times, but our attendance in District 2 has remained strong, and it has remained strong also with populations of kids that are very move around a lot. They might move from one shelter to another shelter, from one borough to another borough, but these are numbers and data that we're talking about constantly in our district, really working both with school-based teams and our district teams to get kids into school. And I agree, kids need to be there if they are going to learn, for sure.
You say you listen to all voices, but I leave you with your actions say otherwise, and I'll pass my time to Len Sullivan.
Court Secretary Silverman, yes.
Yeah, I apologize because I just want to follow up on a question that I had at our last regularly scheduled meeting. You were going to look into updates because I know there's an unofficial list that was floating around, and the list, as last time I'd seen it, was from a number of months ago, in terms of the number of migrant students that we have in district schools and what that breakdown was, because I know there are concerns just in terms of the numbers and what those impacts are going to be. So just in terms of just basic information that can be shared with the community, is there like a list or something out there officially so we can kind of get some understanding, because the numbers are inequitable in the sense that you have some schools that have enormous numbers, and when I mean enormous, I mean large percentages of are forced to intake large numbers of students that really have strong needs, and then not so great at some other schools. But I was just wondering if there's a breakdown in our district, like a list that's floating around, a newer list, an updated list, something like that.
And just so I'm clear, of students from families seeking asylum, is that
correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
So, our numbers in our district is there are around 1,200 pre-K, 3K to 8 students in District 2. And the number that I'm arriving at is looking at historical trends of students who have lived in temporary housing, who have attended school in our district, and the current number of students who are living in temporary housing. We are not, we don't publish or share publicly the number of students who are from families seeking asylum, who are attending different schools. But you're right, there are schools that are serving a large number. And many of those schools are in the near vicinity of shelters that have been set up to serve students and families seeking asylum. And then there are some schools that really haven't served very many kids over this past year. The schools that are serving kids are really doing an amazing job of serving them both academically, but then also serving their families and the students from a social emotional perspective too. So I'm not sure if I can provide any more specific data for you on enrollment, but those are kind of like the high level numbers of what we're what's happening in District 2.
Because just so we're clear, I mean, the last numbers that I had seen, and again, we're going back a couple of months ago, were in the 940, 950 range. So if I'm hearing now it's 1,200, that's a pretty significant increase. When it begins, and I don't know if you've seen a leveling off of those numbers. I mean, I know we have the summer starting, but if people keep on coming in, I mean, we could be looking at a situation where you have as many as 10% of the students in our district. I don't know. I'm not sure if we're there in that vicinity yet or approaching. We must be in the vicinity of 5% of the district. And Ben might know more about this than I do, but it's just a concern only, and not from, please don't read, I don't want anyone to read anything into this. But it's just a concern again about the resources that these students need and what that effect is on existing school communities.
So just one information, from the Open Arms spreadsheet that was shared with several CC presidents in April, is that in District 2 there are more than 1,400 students in April. This number probably is much higher now.
Yeah, I mean, kids move, especially this group of kids and their families are moving around a lot. We see, in some schools where the number is, approach something like 80, and then you go back and the number is more like 50 or 60. It's just, kids and families are really trying to find out where it is that they can make their way best in our city, in our state, in our country. And so there's a lot of movement. I will say that, generally speaking, to your question about like leveling off, is that things really have, our enrollment has really leveled off. I think mainly because, the housing that our city has worked to create for families in our district, they're starting to either look to other districts, other boroughs. I think that that's always been happening, but that's what the trend has been, for the past couple of months, I would say.
Len, just to add to what Danielle also said as well, the Project Open Arms has been providing data. They're not part of the DOE, providing data to PEP. So you should reach out to our PEP representative, recently re-elected, Naveed Hassan. He has some data that you might be able to share. But are you done? Yeah. I did wanted to also thank you, Superintendent McGuire, because you mentioned a point. There's a lot of transient movement for the migrant students, and I was really glad to see that you were able to provide a summer location for I believe PS 111 is for the chess program that's done so much for the migrant students this past school year, and so I'm glad that they can continue with that. I'm a big chess advocate for students, and I think it's it's wonderful, and we've seen them progress in that, tank or something to it's a wonderful thing to offer and to see the some of these kids really thriving. So thank you for that. All right, if there are no more questions, then I'd like to move on, and appreciate Superintendent and your deputy superintendents for joining us this evening. Did a double tasking today with a presentation and a report. And thank you, Deputy Superintendent Higgins, and thank you, Deputy Superintendent Shannon, and to all on the team who've spoken in the past as well.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Are there any committee chairs that would like to make a report? Oh, okay. Councilmember Silverman.
Yeah, just we had a very robust and recent meeting of our bylaws committee, and we had some discussions during the committee. Ultimately, I think we decided not to make any present changes. There's going to be new numbers of council members coming in, which is going to in terms of the overall number of people serving on the council, which is could potentially change things. So, but we did have a meeting, and we had some discussions. So I just want to mention that.
Yep. Thank you, Committee Chair, Bylaws Committee Chair Silverman. Wear many hats. All right, Councilmember Das.
I don't know if this is the right place to put it. I don't know where else to say it in the agenda, but several of us also attended the CCHS legislative breakfast. It was me, Robin, Chen, I forget anybody. I think the three of us representing District 2. It was well attended. Chancellor Banks did not attend there. I think he was watching Alicia Keys at a at a Queen school, but
She
Deputy
went to
Deputy
PS
Chancellor-
116.
Did she?
Yeah.
And that might have been where it was. I don't know the exact number. But First Deputy Chancellor Weisberg did speak. Deputy Chancellor Kenita Lloyd was there, as well as Dee from FACE. As well attended. It was attended by several, political. Sorry, blank for the words. For several politicians or representatives for them, and it was held in LaGuardia, which people were treated to waffles by the. I actually missed this part, but maybe somebody else could fill in. Waffles by the students, actually, part of the food and finance group, I believe it's called. It was a great event, well attended, as was the one the previous year, which I think the three of us also attended.
Sorry to have missed that. Thank you. Any other council members would like to bring up anything? Oh, yeah, Councilmember Kelleher, yes.
I know that the locks on the front doors are being put into most schools, and they're starting the process of testing them and implementing them this month. So I'm getting reports from 33 that they have started the process of testing them.
That's excellent. Thank you. And maybe it was a result of all our resolutions you put forward with Daniela. Thank you very much.
100% was very helpful and did listen to us and did read our resolutions.
I also heard that the safety agents are getting bulletproof vests. Do you know if that has happened or?
I don't know. I've heard that rumor, but I don't know if it's true or not.
All right. Thank you very much. Any other final comments from committees? Okay, so the next item on the agenda, and it's getting late, so it's 10:17, is the discussion of resolutions. Resolution 224. Does anyone want to have any comments or questions for resolution 224? Yes, Recording Secretary Silverman.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank the sponsors for putting this together on such short note. I mean, I don't know how long you guys are working on it, but I think it's a very well done summary of like some of the things that we had discussed in our various resolutions. I just want to briefly point out one other thing. I know there's a discussion in that resolution about gifted and talented. I know Spencer and you and Councilmember Das both addressed the lower lab specifically. I did want to point out that there was a change in the gifted and talented going from an objective, and we can debate this, but an objective measure utilizing a standardized test to a subjective series of measures that, while understandably are designed to increase the numbers of students who are going to qualify for gifted and talented, and certainly to recognize groups that may have been marginalized in the past. I think when the numbers expand to the point where you're looking at potentially, I've heard numbers as high as 60 to 70% of particular grades being of students in a grades being now eligible for a lottery-based system now for gifted and talented programs. I don't know what we're really accomplishing in terms of differentiating the highest performing kids when you reduce those subjective measures. So I think the approach, rather than again increasing resources, is as our student member Spencer Silverman had talked about, increasing resources to those populations. The result has been to come up with a mishmash that basically looks at everyone as being virtually everyone who as being gifted and talented, and I think that really minimizes the effect of the program, specifically with regard to acceleration or accelerated programs. So I don't think anyone's being served when we do that. And I think that really there should be a reevaluation of the admissions criteria on that. And I'm glad to see these this resolution does mention gifted and talented education. So thank you for putting it together.
Okay, Councilmember Hernandez?
I don't think I need to go into the 2 years where I've expressed that children, whether their learning abilities varied from acceleration to those needing more supports, can learn in the same school together. That can happen. But what I really wanted to address in this resolution is that there is a portion that talks about the admissions into, as far as students not receiving any of their preferences or choices. And I just want to point out that those numbers and percentages that you are referring to leave out the fact that every single one of those students did not include more than 6 choices. So we're talking about students that maybe put 1 choice on their application. So students that put more than 6 choices on the application, and I think that's key. I think that part of the whole application process gets totally left out of this conversation when we're talking about students that did not receive one of their preferential choices. Aside from if everybody wants to go to the same school, just it's impossible. I mean, we see this in collegiate colleges as well. So I just want to reinforce work that was done prior to this term coming in with Brilliant NYC and how that really addressed being able to assist all of our learners in a same school setting and being able to differentiate now with our class size bill being implemented and mandated at this time, tethered with both of these and the great work our superintendent did by listening to our community members and with the ongoing engagement and feedback that this district particularly had, more so than any other district, 5 boroughs citywide. We've spoken about this topic more. It's exhausting. We've talked about it so much. So I just want to say, as we close out this, and maybe I can assure you probably won't be the last time we talk about it, but I just want to appreciate and thank Superintendent Kelly McGuire for listening to the community and understanding the impact that having 18 out of 25 screen school did not serve our full student population and impact in a negative way severely those with disabilities or learning disabilities and different abilities. And I'll just say that. I also am very happy to say that many students that have received placements in some of these schools that you are referring to, that you said your children may want to leave, or the students want to leave, families want to leave. These kids are thriving and they're doing excellent. They never would have had an opportunity to get into this school had these screens still been in place. And these are kids with disabilities that are doing amazing and they are succeeding. And if anything, I implore Superintendent Kelly McGuire, thank you for working with some of these schools that were not used to or and had to adapt in understanding how to implement some of these IEPs. But when we do implement these IEPs and we give these students the resources and the supports they need, they too can thrive and they too can succeed, and we can learn together in a same school setting. We do not need to separate and sort our students based on abilities and varied differentiation of learning. Thank you.
Okay. Any other hands for 224? Any other comments? Okay, so we'll move on to
Wait, can I respond to those?
Yeah, your sponsor, absolutely.
And I have one minor,
My apologies.
Minor change. Look, I made my position on this quite clear over time and certainly in today's speech, but I would want to address some of those criticisms. First of all, as regards to the 6 choices, 1 choice, absolutely false. We're not the only district where that's happened. Where other districts where people put only 1 choice or fewer than 6 choices. So we're comparing apples to apples. Besides that, even if you do look at the top 6 choices, we are still the worst performing district. matter how you cut it. Without specialized high schools, with specialized high schools, 12 choices, 6 choices, top 3 choices, it doesn't matter. We're the worst performing district 3 years in a row. That's a fact. We're not the only one. Not coincidentally, District 3 is right behind us, and 2 or 3 districts in Queens, also with some similar and some different challenges, which we also have called out in several resolutions. You can say that 0 out of 25 screen schools was the right thing to do. Absolutely not. There was clearly demand for more than 0. And of those schools that were formerly screened, they've routinely been rated as top schools by various levels. We talk about Barron's, Newsweek, whatever. That's happened before, and it's not going to happen in the future. Beyond that, the high schools that were in District 2 that had priority, I would point out that schools like Elro were actually specifically created for students in District 2. Jennifer Greenblatt could speak to that. I think she was part of that process. I was also told recently at a community board 1 meeting, and I mentioned it here as well, that Millennium High School was actually created in our district in Lower Manhattan with funds from 9/11 to actually produce seats for our students, not just in District 2, but specifically for downtown. So you can choose to ignore all that. You also chosen to ignore everything I presented regarding the Asian American student situation, but that seems to be par for the course. Beyond that, I have a minor change to the resolution. I don't know if I need to present it. I'll take the ruling from Len Silverman. At the very end, there's therefore be it resolved. It says First Deputy Chancellor Kenita Lloyd. That is incorrect. It should be First Deputy Chancellor Daniel Weisberg. I hope I don't need to share the screen just to make that change, but that is the one change I'd like to make for this resolution.
Well, we would theoretically have to make a motion to amend unless we can just all agree without having to go through the rigmarole. That's just a typographical.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just.
That's typographical.
Yeah, it's a typographical, not really to the meaning or changes the gist of the. Or we can update it, or we can update it.
I agree. We've made some minor grammatical changes in the past, but so anyway, I just wanted to point that out.
So I mean, can we agree? Can we all agree as a council to verbally amend it, to make a motion to verbally amend it and do it that way rather than sit here and have a whole roll call vote over this?
Can we just do a vote by hand, or?
Let's just. I'll make a motion just as a procedural, something is insignificant procedural typographical error. If we can just by acclamation, move to amend the motion as written to include the correct name.
I second that.
All right. Can we just have a show of hands? All in favor? I can't see this. Is anyone opposed? I can't. Anyone opposing it? Okay, the motion passes. I'm not. So.
Thank you, Len, and thank you, Vice President Doss.
And we still have a Mandarin interpreter who has been not in this chat for the last 25 minutes. So if we could so whoever's monitoring this chat could keep an eye on the interpretation requests as well. Thank you.
All right. Anthony Settle, can you help the Mandarin interpreter? Or?
I don't know how good his Mandarin is.
No, he's controlling the phone line.
No, I know.
Yeah. All right. I'll try to text him. Resolution 225. Are there any questions or comments from council members? 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'll move on. Resolution 226. Are there any questions or comments? Okay.
I have a comment at the end.
Oh, yeah.
All right. The first hand up is Recording Secretary Silverman.
Yeah, I was just going to. So this is the one with this is the last resolution, correct? Just so we're clear. Okay. Yeah, I just going to say that this is a lot to digest in a short amount of time. I'm really going to need, I'm not trying to, it's not a cop out. There's a lot of things here, and I'm really going to have to, from my personal perspective, really sit and go through this. It's not something on like a short notice, having just looked this thing over tonight. I'm going to be able to really, go through. There's things in, there's definitely things in the resolution, some points that I've certainly mentioned and agree with. There's some things that I'm not 100% on board with, but I do think that the resolution itself raises some very interesting and points that needed to be raised. But I just wanted to put it out there why I will most likely abstain on the vote for the resolution.
Someone else want to make a comment on 226? Yeah.
I would add that Councilmember Wu has also agreed to co-sponsor it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Would that require a parliamentarian Silverman? I want you to wear a different hat, please. Would that require a motion or to add that name, add Lily's name to the resolution?
I think in the past we've always been free with just letting someone agree to co-sponsor something.
I recall
yes,
that.
I'm here, Ben.
Yeah. Again, like the last issue, do we really need to go through a vote to amend the resolution?
I think that
We can leave as is. We can leave it as is.
Okay. As long as it has the required number of sponsors. I mean, I understand.
I do believe, not in this term, but in a previous term, we've had council members add their name to a resolution, and I don't think there was a motion.
Yeah, we were pretty free about, or liberal about allowing that.
Do any council members object to adding their name to a spot, as long as there's not more than 5?
I think it's even less of an issue than the typo.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
So okay, so we'll just amend as is.
Yeah.
With precedent.
Start voting, as some members are leaving.
No, we don't do voting till after this second public speaking session.
But Lupe did have her hand raised.
I saw her hand raised, but then she dropped. All right, so
I do want to address. I do have some parent concerns on this that were mentioned, and I want to ask co-sponsor Chen one question.
Please go ahead.
A few comments I wrote down. I don't know. Apologies, I didn't get all of them. Someone asked if this is purview of the CEC. It is and it isn't. It doesn't matter. I mean, our role is an advisory one. And as Len Silverman mentioned, I think that these topics are relevant. They're relevant for discussion. They're not all within the DOE's purview to change. But we've written resolutions before that have been in the purview of the city or the state, and we send them accordingly to those individuals. So I don't know where this needs to go. I'm going to leave that to my co-sponsor Chen to help us figure out. But I think the discussion is important because it pertains to our students and to our families and to education in our system. Someone also spoke to this is a rebuke of teachers and affecting their pay. It most certainly wasn't. I think one of the first lines was actually to increase pay for teachers, to make them more in line with something that they make at other jobs, specifically technology. In particular, we have been losing teachers, particularly in the math and science, to exactly those fields. And it's just a different way of rewarding teachers. You may not agree with it, and it's probably I can see why an entrenched union position would be very anti this position. But for those who actually believe in paying people what they're worth competitively, and believe in merit, again, probably nasty word for some, and believe in outcomes as opposed to just a tenure for the sake of tenure, Yeah, they may not like that, but we were not rebuking teachers or actually knocking their pay. We actually specifically were looking to increase pay in for those who succeed in teaching our students. And if you do view it as a rebuke of teachers, I don't view it that way. But at the end of the day, I'm here. I and all my council members, I think most of us have long histories with PTA and or SLT. We have a history of working with teachers in our schools. But at the end of the day, I'm here to represent parents and their students, not teachers. We get along. We work with teachers to accomplish goals. We work with superintendents and principals when that works. But at the end of the day, I'm here for results for our students. And if people find that offensive, then so be it. And question 2, co-sponsor Kwok. There was a line that we discussed adding that supporting teachers is different from supporting a political union. Are we changing that? Do you have that? And if you don't, then I'm happy to move on.
Yeah, I do have that actually, as we're discussing it, and it was part of the one of the revisions. I guess we just didn't have time to put that in. I'll just read it out. Yeah, it's teaching is a noble.
Better in this case. In this case, I do think you do have to put it up and show your screen and show it. That is what we've done in the past. Yeah, I don't think it's a minor thing like the other.
Can you add that line in the chat or something? Or yeah, it has to be visible.
I think
it has to be visible.
We've been pretty specific about this in the past, and I think both are parliamentarian and.
Okay, can you see it now?
I don't see it. But...
Can you see this?
Yes,
Yes, I see it.
we see it.
Teaching is a noble and important profession, and teachers are held in high regard and with great respect by members of this council. Teachers' unions, in claiming to represent the interests of teachers and students, do the opposite. They are political organizations that have their own self-interest as priority, regardless of whether students, teachers, or the teaching profession are hurt.
A little stronger than I was going for, but in the interest of time, let's just keep going.
So you have to make a motion if you want to add that.
I'll make a motion to amend it to add those 2 lines.
Yep.
So someone would have to second the motion, then we have to discuss the motion, and then we vote on the motion.
I second.
Okay, let's now, is there anyone that would like to speak on this particular motion? Okay, so I'm going to call it for a vote, but can I have the person who made the motion explain exactly what the amendment is? Or the proposed
The
amendment?
amendment is just to reinforce the idea that the council supports the teachers and values the teachers, as opposed and separates the two, entities, teachers as opposed to the teacher unions.
The motion needs to just make clear what language is being amended.
It's just adding the 2 lines.
Yeah.
Jen,
Okay.
Just show it again, highlighted in blue, and there are 2 points that are being added to the top of the resolution. Highlight those 2 in blue font.
Can you see it?
So could you just describe verbally exactly what you want to add to resolution 226?
Yeah, I'm going to add these 2 lines as in blue into resolution 226.
Could you just read the lines for the record?
Okay, I just read it.
He did.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sorry to drive you crazy. I just want to make sure we're clear on this. Okay. So I'm going to call a roll vote on the motion to amend now to add the 2 lines as put up on the screen and as discussed on the record. So, Robin Broshi. Okay, now, Robin, are you around? Okay, Kaushik Das?
Yes.
Sorry, yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, thank you, Robin. Okay, yes. Kaushik Das, yes. Daniela Ergorov? We're voting on the amendment. Opposed amendment?
I think she had to go.
Okay. Lupe Hernandez? Lupe around?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Robin Kelleher?
Yes.
Jen Kwok?
Yes.
Benjamin Warden?
Yes.
Sonal Patel?
Yes, but I also want to point out that the Mandarin interpreter is still waiting and the other interpreter is asking repeatedly for assistance.
Okay, does anyone know where that, okay, can we just address, let's just finish the vote and then we can address it, or then will the chair just address that issue that's been raised during the vote, but we're really just doing the vote right now. So Leonard Silverman, yes. Lim Fong Sim, Janie,
Yes.
and Lee Hua Wu, Lily.
Yes.
Okay, so the motion passes by a vote of 1.
You forgot to ask Spencer.
Oh, thank you. Spencer Silverman.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. The motion passes by a vote of 1, 2, 3, 11 yes with 1 abstention, and our student member also is not counted in that, but our student members voted in favor. Okay.
Point of order. I think you actually have 9 yes, 1 absent, 1 abstention, and a student yes.
I don't recall an abstention. Did I have an abstention?
Oh, sorry. Apologies. 10 yes, 1 absent, and 1 student yes.
Yeah, 10 yes, 1 absent, and then a student. Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Court Secretary Silverman, I did for the Mandarin interpreter, I send a message to our FACE representative, Anthony Settle, and I tried calling him. That's all I can do. I don't have access to the interpreter lines. My apologies to those who are using Mandarin interpreters.
And apologies to the Mandarin interpreter that has been on this call and has been waiting 45 minutes for her partner to be let in. I understand language access is not a priority for this council, but perhaps it's worth a conversation.
Please, Sonal Patel, I don't have access to that.
I know you don't, Ben. I know you don't. And I appreciate what you've done. This council meeting will go on as long as it goes on, and every single parent who is present and made time to be on this call should be able to be engaged. So maybe a situation needs to be changed where there is somebody at the DOE or somewhere else who is in charge of it, or a council member who can provide the proper.
Both interpreters are on the line at the moment.
Thank you.
And how about you don't blame the council then? I mean, I think you've raised it. We have limited ability to, if an interpreter is having technical problems, what do you expect us to do? How about you take care of it? You have just as much ability.
Please, council members, please.
I'm curious what
I'd like to
council
move
is
on,
being
please. Thank you. All right. The next item is the second public speaker session. We don't have that many public speakers, so I'll allow for 2 minutes. Just
Okay, I'm going off of the original list that I
no,
have.
no.
Oh,
It's a much shorter list. It's
Okay.
5 people.
no,
Let
could you
me
post
just,
it, Ben? Because I don't
yeah, I'll
have it.
post it right now.
Okay, so our first speaker for the second public speaking session with a 2-minute time limit, please, can we just make sure we actually put a timer up, is Michael Rance. Michael, if you're here, could you please unmute yourself?
He's not here.
Okay. Our next speaker for the second public speaking session is Tam. Tam, could you please unmute yourself?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Sorry, I'm outside, so you might hear some road noise. I just want to speak against Resolution 226 to improve teacher quality. As an educator and a parent, I find this resolution, which minimizes the training and the expertise needed to teach our children, incredibly offensive, uninformed, and arrogant. I've been to almost every one of these meetings for the past few years now, and I've been appalled by how D2 teachers have been routinely vilified and their value minimized by many of the council members. The language in this resolution demeans the entire profession of education and leans heavily punitive instead of meaningfully incentivizing and fostering teacher dedication and performance by actually strengthening school-based supports and offering more robust faculty development opportunities. You want to make cuts to teachers' pensions and their health insurance and even their right to eat lunch. You want to erase job security by ignoring seniority and tenure. You want to promote a culture of strict test prep adherence and high stakes testing, and want to hire untrained college grads who majored in math or science or engineering instead of education and special education. You want to implement discriminatory and flat out illegal recruitment and hiring practices by limiting the teacher candidate pool to only those applicants applying from predetermined top universities and programs. You want to punish teachers who are outperformed by their colleagues, even though many of these teachers are working in our most challenging, under-resourced schools with diverse student populations with incredibly complex needs. Our energy should be focused on how to attract and retain excellent, experienced teachers and how to pull in new talent to teach in our struggling schools, not to dissuade these educators. Schools also don't turn around suddenly in a few months based solely on teaching excellence alone. Student success relies heavily on strong leadership, family engagement, transparency, quality of academic programming, after-school affordability and accessibility, IEP compliance, and often a large PTA fund to cover extra enrichment, staff additions, and tutoring. I really wish this council had worked to heal the divide between teachers and families caused by the pandemic and its policies instead of creating a resolution that only furthers this divide. I'm disappointed by this resolution, especially at this very last meeting, but I'm not surprised by its inclusion here tonight either. I have to say, I do not support this resolution. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kalani Jenkins. Kalani, if you're here, could you please unmute?
Yeah, I don't have much to say. I completely agree with our previous speaker, Tam. Resolution 226, I was appalled to see it. When I came to log in on this meeting, it was put up, what did you say, 20 minutes before your 24-hour mark? I mean, it's just absurd. And, it's almost 11 p.m. I just want to always constantly remind you guys that regular people do not have the resources to sit on these meetings. We have a council member, Kaushik Das, who rants and wastes our time. What are we doing? It's 11 p.m. No one has, we're not even talking about anything of substance. It's the same resolutions over and over and over again.
Thank you, Kalani. Our next speaker is Gavin Healy. Gavin, if you're here, could you please unmute yourself?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. I want to agree with everything the last two speakers said about this really just embarrassing resolution. You guys can't even keep the requisite, 2 Mandarin interpreters in the Zoom room. How do you expect that you have something meaningful to input on, recruiting and retaining teachers? Please. And as for the constitutionality of, public sector unionization and collective bargaining, you guys have practiced enough like unlicensed, public health and epidemiology, and now you want to move into constitutional law. This is just it's kind of sad. But yeah, and I also want to add, I really do think this resolution, is coming from a place of really kind of deep-seated misogyny. I mean, this is, teachers unions that are majority, made up of majority of women are being really singled out here. And I think it says something about maybe the psychology or something about the drafters of this resolution. But anyway, regardless of all that, I want to thank all the members of the council for their service over the past 2 years, including Benjamin Morden, Kaushik Das, Robin Broshi, Daniel Souza Igorov, Lupe Hernandez, Robin Kelleher, Chen Kwok, Sonal Patel, Limfong Sim, Li Hua Wu, and Spencer Silverman. And I'd also be remiss if I didn't thank Dr. Ushma Neal. She isn't here with us any longer, but I really did appreciate her input, and especially during the pandemic. I mean, her perspective as, both a scientist and a District 2 parent. I think her perspective, her expertise, her experience was really, I think, helpful to a lot of us as we try to navigate the pandemic in our school system. And so I think we'd be remiss in not thanking her as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gavin. Our next speaker is Tom Rockledge. Tom, if you're here, could you please unmute?
Glenn, did I unmute or?
Yes, you're unmuted. Yep, go ahead, Tom. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Thanks. I just wanted to say one more time that I appreciate that everybody who comes on these public speaking sessions and complains about how long the meeting's going is because all of you people are coming on to complain, and the meetings last this long because of what you're doing, and you don't even recognize that. But thanks, Glenn. Have a good one.
Thank you, Tom. Ben, do we have anyone else that has signed up to speak that was not on the original list?
I'll check here. That's everybody who listed both speaking sessions. Yeah.
I got a message from Admissions and Diversity member Craig Slutskin requested to speak.
Did he list twice? Oh, yeah, I just see his name here. Okay. Oh.
Craig, if I see you, you can unmute.
Just 1 second.
Ben, I didn't mean to.
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thanks you. And I spoke before, so I'll make it quick. But after 4 hours of this, I'm further resolved on 224 and 225, fully supportive, and I'm not going to reiterate why. I do really hope Superintendent McGuire follows up on this and the council that starts on July 1st. But on a separate note, I do want to thank the council on its efforts on school safety. I mean, thank you so much for the wonderful news, Councilmember Kelleher, that 33 is testing the door locks. I've said that the heartiest applause at my school's PTA meetings when the principal announced that the DOE had secured the funds for the door locks. We had a terrible lockdown. Thankfully, nothing happened. It was a false alarm, but it was a terrible lockdown that scared many of our kids and many of the parents that were there, including myself at the time. We overwhelmingly wanted this. So thank you for both of your resolutions on this year. And admittedly, I helped write one of them, so I'm sort of thanking myself. But thank you for your perseverance. Thank you, Councilmember Kelleher, for leading the charge on this. Also, Councilmember Egorov. And this might have been the one resolution that the DOE actually did listen to. There's a lot of other items of safety that we still have work to do on, but at least we won this, or we're in the process of winning this. So thank you. And again, thank you to all council members for your hard work this year. Much appreciated. It's a thankless job. But we thank you for all the sacrifices that you made to do this. Have a good night.
Thank you, Craig. I guess, Ben, this is the last call for any speakers for the second session. Is there anyone that signed up to speak at this second session that is still here, that has not yet been acknowledged? I see Janie has her hand raised.
Yes, thank you. So I very much appreciated everyone's concern about the Mandarin speaking community tonight. But my question is, where was the outrage when a large Chinese immigrant community spoke in favor of screens and the video evidence was misplaced?
Okay. That concludes our second speaking session. And now we move to votes on the resolutions. Our Recording Secretary Silverman, would you like to take the votes on that, please? You're muted.
Okay. And now that I've unmuted myself, I have lost the page that I had up. Oh, I got it right here. Oops, sorry. The first vote will be on Resolution 224, which is entitled Current State of All Admissions in District 2. You can vote either for, against, or abstain on the resolution. Robin Broshi,
No.
Hashik Das,
Yes.
Daniela Urgarov, someone mentioned she had left or is not present. Okay. Lupe Hernandez. Is Lupe here? Last call. Okay, not present. Robin Kelleher.
Yes.
Wait,
Jen-
my apologies, Lupe. I think she's.
She has her hand raised. I don't know.
Yeah. Let me. She is a co-host, so.
We're still in the middle of the vote.
Because
So
she
if
has
you-
her phone separate from her phone and her video are separate. So she might need two co-hosting.
I'm checking. I thought she was co-host on both.
Maybe if she makes the volume on her video. Can you use the volume on your video, okay? I can't see her. I can't read it.
Can you put in the chat, Lupe, if your hand is raised for yay, nay, or abstain?
I'm okay to do that if everyone else is okay.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, it has to be by voice.
I mean, but if we can, I see her. Right. Okay.
Oh,
so
okay.
Lupe, just give us the thumbs up if you're in favor. Put thumbs down if you're not, or we can.
I found her
I see
second
her,
account. She's a co-host in her second account now.
Okay, she's trying to talk. She says, "How about unmuting her? Is there a way to?"
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I love the performance though. No. And it was really unnecessary.
I'm trying to. I don't understand what that means. When you say the performance, are you accusing me of giving a performance? Okay, I'm asking you to unmute and I'm clicking the button and I see that she's still muted. Okay.
I needed to be able to unmute myself where I've been speaking for the past 24 meetings that we've had in the past 2 years. This ain't new. And thank you.
Okay. Lupe Hernandez, what is your vote on the resolution? Is it no?
It was no.
Thank you. Chien Kwok. Is Chen here? Okay.
He is, but he's muted.
Okay, can we unmute Chen? I mean, we're having some technical issues
I
here.
don't understand why all these people. Chen is a
Yeah.
co-host.
And again, this is not a performance. I'm just asking what's going on.
I don't know why are all these council members losing their co-hosting abilities.
Can we see if we can get Chen on the screen?
He's got co-host back. Chen, try unmuting again.
Hi, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I have to move
Okay.
around, but there's a second on my phone.
Okay, Benjamin Morton,
Yes.
Sonal Patel,
No.
Leonard Silverman, yes. Lim Fung Sim Janie,
Yes.
and Li Hua Wu Lily.
Yes.
Okay, and Spencer Silverman.
Yes.
Okay, so the vote as recorded is 6 in favor. I apologize, I'm looking at the screen. 3 noes and 1 not present. Does everyone agree with that total?
I think
And
you're,
then one student representative voting in favor.
is that enough people?
If it was 6 means the motion the resolution passes.
Mhm.
So resolution 224 has been approved. Okay. The next item on the vote is resolution 225. And resolution 225 is entitled Resolution Prioritizing Student Academic Recovery in New York City Public Schools. So the vote we're going to take now is on that resolution. Council members may vote yes, no, or abstain. Robin Broshi,
No.
Kashik Das,
Yes.
Daniela Ergarov. Not present. Lupe Hernandez,
No.
Robin Kelleher,
Yes.
Chen Kwok. Is Chen here? Is he unmuted? I can't see. I have the resolution up.
Yes.
Thank you. Benjamin Morton,
Yes.
Sonal Patel,
No.
Leonard Silverman. I vote yes. Lim Fong Sim,
Yes.
Li Hua Wu Lily,
Yes.
and Spencer Silverman.
Yes.
Okay. Resolution 225, the final vote total is. Did I miss someone? No. Okay. Resolution 225, the vote is 1, 2, 3. 7 in favor. Three noes. 1 not present, and 1 student member voting yes.
That's 12 people then.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm sorry. Oh, yes, 7. I have 7 voting yes. And then I have 3 noes. And then I have 1 non-present, and then I have a student member. That's
Len,
should
I
be
think
correct.
the same was true for the one before. That's what I was trying to say earlier.
Okay. I'm sorry. So could
The
someone?
same count.
So it should be 6 in favor, correct?
No.
No, 7.
Seven.
This is
Seven,
7.
seven for both of them in favor.
We have 11 council members before Spencer,
Okay.
so.
Sorry.
So.
All
I
right.
think
Sorry.
Robin's
Okay.
correct.
Okay.
Spencer's 12.
3
Okay.
voted no.
Okay.
Someone's absent though.
Someone's absent, that's the 1, and then 7.
That
voted
makes
yes.
11 plus Spencer.
And then Spencer is separate, he makes 12.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So resolution 225 passes with 7 in favor. Moving on. The final resolution for tonight's agenda is resolution 226. It's coming up right now, which is entitled A Resolution to Improve Teaching Quality. We're going to call the roll call vote on resolution 226. And on resolution 226, council members may vote yes, no, or abstain. Robin Broshi,
No.
Kaushik Das,
Yes.
Daniela Ergorov. Not present. Lupe Hernandez,
No.
Robin Kelleher,
Yes.
Chan Kwok,
Yes.
Benjamin Morden,
I have to abstain.
Sonal Patel,
No.
Leonard Silverman. I am going to abstain. Lim Fong Sim, Janie.
Abstain.
Li Hua Wu, Lily.
Yes.
Okay. And Spencer Silverman.
Abstain.
All right. So the final vote on resolution 226 is approximately 1, 2, 3, 4 votes in favor. 3 votes against. 3 abstentions and 1 not present. And the student member also abstained. Is that correct? Okay, so that means that resolution 226 has not passed. It's not been passed. I want to thank all council members who voted, and your votes have been recorded. Thank you. Well, this job, I got to tell you, this is tough, Robin. I mean, you know, this is like.
Yes,
Thank you.
Notice how much flack you get too.
I'm so stressed. I'm so stressed. I know.
Always annoyed.
I'm stressed. You know.
Notice how much flack you get too for stuff that's not even in your
It's 11:06 and I'm about to crack under the pressure. So let's keep the meeting going.
Thank you very much, Recording Secretary Leonard Silverman. I hope we can finish this up because I don't want to reschedule the business meeting. The next vote is on the approval of the minutes. We have 2 documents that were sent out. Thank you, former Recording Secretary Robin Kelleher, for putting together the April and May minutes. We didn't get a chance to vote on the April minutes. My apologies on that. That was my fault. But can we vote on both minutes together? Would that be possible?
I think it's better to do them separately.
Okay.
So what's the first minutes we're voting on? Is that the April minutes? Does somebody want to put them up? Or I know
it's in the agenda.
I know we've gotten copies before, but
I can put the link in. Yeah,
it's traditional just to put it up really quickly. Does anyone want to, before we do the vote on it, does anyone have any amendments, any changes, any corrections that they want to make? And we'll start with the earlier minutes that you're asking to approve.
Just give me 1 second here. Sent me a curveball.
Sorry, I can probably pull it up. I had the.
All right, I have the link address. 1 second. All right, it's in the chat.
Okay, I'll call this one more time. Does anyone wish to amend the minutes in any way or make any proposed changes?
Did you guys share these with us before putting them on a public document?
I wasn't involved in this, but I do remember seeing something in the agenda.
It was in the agenda.
And no, I mean to council members, like an email to council members, like look over these minutes. We're going to be voting on them today.
We always put them in the agenda with a link, and we put them in the meeting with a link, and it's in public documents, which goes out into the email with a link, and we usually just vote on them. We don't send them out separately.
Yeah, they were sent out. Oh.
We do them occasionally when there's a point of dispute, but otherwise we always do it this way. For at least this past year, but I think 2 years.
Okay, so is anyone raising an objection? Is anyone asking to have the vote pushed over or the approval of the minutes? I mean, just so we're clear, because I'm ready to.
It's hard to vote on something you haven't even been given. So I'll take a look.
Well, I will say they're not significantly detailed. It really is the votes from the
还
last,
有 CECD2 2023年5月份的日历和商务会议的笔录。
and I think looking at these minutes from April, that I don't see any resolutions. Am I correct?
Yeah, there are no resolutions.
There were no resolutions. in the-
So this should be pretty straightforward. So any proposed changes? I'm going to call this once. Lupe, I'll give you a little more time to read it if you need more time. I don't think there's anything controversial here. I think that the question is, the most important thing is whether or not attendance was properly recorded.
Make a motion to vote.
Okay.
I second that.
Okay,
It's really late.
I'm gonna call it. I'm trying to give people time.
It was sent out.
Yep, I agree.
72
I
hours
agree.
notice.
I agree.
And
Okay,
the
so-
April one was sent out
So
last
the motion,
month.
the motion on the floor is, which has been seconded, is now to approve the approve the calendar and business meeting minutes from April 18th, 2023. I'm going to call a roll call vote. Robin Broshi. Is Robin here? And again, I can't see. I just have the minutes over the screen.
He's not here.
Okay. Kaushik Das.
Yes.
Danielle Ergarov is not here. Lupe Hernandez.
Yes.
Robin Kelleher.
Yes.
Chen Kwok. Does anyone know if Chen's here?
Yes.
Ben Morden.
Yes.
Sonal Patel.
Yes.
Leonard Silverman, I vote yes. Lim Funks, Jamie,
Yes, yes.
and Li Hua Wu, Lily.
Yes,
Okay. And Spencer Silverman.
Yes.
Okay. So the motion to approve the calendar and business meeting is approved, but with the vote of 9 in favor and 2 not present, and our student member voted in favor as well.
I make a motion to vote to approve the May minutes.
And somebody just pull
I
those up
second it.
really quickly.
They're in the chat.
Okay. I just want to give someone a time. Does anyone have any time to make any amendments? Anyone want to propose anything? If not, the vote's already been called.
There were no resolutions in the.
Okay.
May.
So I'm going to call a roll call vote. Robin Broshi. Not here. Kaushik Das.
Yes.
Daniela Ergarov. Not here. Lupe Hernandez.
Yes.
Robin Kelleher.
Yes.
Chen Kwok.
What's this for?
This is to approve the May 2023 minutes.
Yes.
Benjamin Morden.
Yes.
Sonal Patel.
Yes.
Leonard Silverman, yes. Lim Fong Sim.
Yes.
And Li Hua Wu. Lily.
Yes.
Okay, so that motion also passes. The minutes for May are approved by a vote of 9 in favor, 2 abstentions. Oh, and I forgot to ask Spencer Silverman, do you approve those minutes as a student member?
Yes.
Okay, by a vote of 9 to 0 with 2 not being present and a student member voting yes. Okay. Thank you. Ben, I don't think we have any more votes to record for tonight. Is that correct?
Yep, that's it. Well, we'll have one in a few seconds.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, that we're not
Is there
gonna take
any
a
new
roll call
business?
on that
But
one.
thank you very much.
Yes, I would like to briefly just say, I remember at the end of the last term, not feeling the way I do at the end of this term. I think it's been a pleasure working with all of you. I do, as one speaker had mentioned, want to also, to thank Ushima, who's not here as well. It's been a pleasure serving with all of you. Ben, you are just a great leader for this council. I can't speak highly enough. It's been a pleasure serving with you. Kush, I mean, you guys, I just, I really respect all of you, and some of you I love. I actually love you guys. So it's been a pleasure. I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing you all again, whether you've been elected or not. I hope you'll continue to participate, and we'll all continue to participate in District 2. And it's been a great experience. Spencer, I hope you found this enjoyable. I know you told us you did. I hope you've enjoyed this experience as well. And I want to just thank, and to the parents out there, thanks for coming. Thanks for giving us your input. We don't always agree, but I can assure you we do listen and we do hear you as well. So thank you all. And thanks to our new member, Sonal Patel. Nice to see you.
Oh, you had it right the entire time and you got it wrong now.
I got it wrong now? I said Sonal.
But Len, I will say this too, I am a newcomer to this council, and who knows what the configuration of the next council will look like, but we heard a lot of accolades today for certain members of this council. And although she is no longer on the Zoom, I do think it is worth recognizing Robin Broshi, who has fought just as hard as every single one of you on this council for the past decade that I've known her. And even though I have not sat on this council, I have attended live meetings and Zoom meetings for the better part of 9 years. And the passion and courage with which she has advocated for all of the students of New York City does deserve some recognition from me and from everybody else on this council. And I hope that you will do her the courtesy of extending that to her. And Lupe.
Yes, and my comments were not.
No, I'm just saying, we know how this is, well, we know who got thanked, who didn't get thanked, right? And I just think it's important to recognize as a community council that although we disagree on tactics and ideologies and opinions about many things, that every single member of this council, Lupe and Shino and Robin and everyone who has served here over the last 10 years deserves just as much pats on the back as everybody else received today. So, like I said, who knows what the configuration of the council will look like in a month, but I do think it's important from a community building perspective to recognize that everybody worked hard.
Couldn't agree with you more. So thank you.
All right, well, thank you both. And I'm hearing also, since this is new business, I'm hearing from Face that we might know by the end of the week what the configuration is for next year. So good luck to you all who are running again.
Kanita Lloyd did confirm Friday.
Oh, she did confirm Friday. Okay.
So in person.
All right. So
before we do anything, can I just ask Kush, the document that is entitled roll call, which is the shared document, which I've been keeping our notes and vote totals and everything on, that's not going to disappear, right? I mean, that's going to permanently be somewhere on.
I hope so.
Shared with me, right?
Hold on. Let me
I just want to make sure.
I will.
I don't want to lose all the.
I'm not going to verify, but we can do that in the business meeting.
I'm going to be discussing that in the business meeting. So
okay, I just want to make sure that doesn't disappear because I have tried to put a little some work in tonight.
Yeah.
To keep this, to keep these records, and I don't want to have to go watch the videotape.
All right, I make a motion to adjourn this meeting.
I second that.
Okay.
I beat you guys.
Thank you.
Hands. Show hands.
Len, you want to take the show of hands?
Okay.
Yeah, well, we're going right into the business meeting.
Yeah, we don't need to have a roll call vote for adjournment.
Okay, so yeas have it.
No one's opposing that application, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
All right. We need 6 people to have the business meeting. Council members don't all leave, please.
Do we have a quorum? So are you calling the meeting to order, Ben?
Yes.
Okay.
Please take a roll call.
Okay. I will now do a roll call vote for the, just bear with me 1 second. I just have to. So now this is the roll call vote for the, business meeting. Robin Broshi. Not here. Kaushik Das.
Yes, here.
Daniela Ergorov. Not here. Lupe Hernandez.
Here.
Robin Kelleher.
I'm here.
Jen Kwok.
I'm here.
Benjamin Morden.
Here.
Donald Patel.
Here.
I'm really stressed.
No, you're no,
Leonard Silverman, I'm here.
You're good. You got it.
Lim Fong Sim.
Here.
And Lily, Li Hua Wu, Lily, are you here?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And our student member, Spencer Silverman.
Hello.
Okay. So we have a quorum, Ben, we have a quorum of members, so we can proceed with the business meeting.
Thank you so much. All right,
Sorry, the Spanish interpreter. Just check, and there's no one in the Spanish line. Do you still need us here?
no, if there's no one on.
No, I just asked, and there's no one in the Spanish line. I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
So,
I appreciate that. Thank you.
no, thank you. So noted 11:20, please, for the report. I
Yes.
appreciate your help. Thank you very much and good
Thank you.
night.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Bye.
Thank you for helping us. Can we check in with the Mandarin interpreter to us as well? Do we have people on the Mandarin line?
Thank you very much. Good night.
Oh, okay. Well, does Lily need the interpreter for the business meeting? She may.
Yes.
Lily, do you want the interpreter?
No, yes, the interpreter did service.
I don't follow.
They have both dropped. I don't see that.
Maybe
Yeah, well, Ricky's still there.
No, I see one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Ricky's still there. Okay.
And Amy.
Okay. So they're both still here. Okay, great. All right. And did the superintendent drop because we're talking about the review process
You
next?
dropped a while ago.
Okay. So I will, the item 2 on the working business meeting is the superintendent process. I'm just going to make this quick. It's the same document that I sent out last year. Basically, I'm just going to follow what we've done in previous years and last year. If you get me the document by, we'll say next Wednesday, 1 week from now, well, 1 week and 40 minutes, I will include we're using the document as provided by the DOE. I'm going to take an average of all the scores, and we'll just put one average down, and all the written comments, I will submit all the comments to Superintendent McGuire, well, to the DOE and to FACE, and they'll submit it to whoever. We can have a session to discuss it with the superintendent as well. Please let me know if you would like to do that. But also, if you want to submit your comments anonymously, let me know as well. But what we did last year is we took all the comments. There weren't only about 4 or 5 council members submitted, and we submitted all the comments with the authors' names and an average of the score as well. And part of the reason not everyone participated was because we just had a session with DOE on picking superintendents. But I'll send out the document tomorrow morning from the DOE. Or if you have it from last year, it's pretty much the same, but I'll send out a new one to all council members. Yes, Councilmember Doss, Vice President Doss.
You said if you want to have it with the superintendent to go over it with them?
I think that's allowed as well. But it's not an open meeting.
Okay, it's not an open meeting, so therefore we can do it over Zoom.
I believe so. I will confirm that. Yeah.
Okay. And it'll depend on how many of us there are. Can you also go over the confidentiality aspects of this? How much of this can and cannot be shared with the public?
Well, if you ask, I don't know. I think it's confidential. It's I'm pretty sure it's confidential. It's not a anyway, you would only see yours. It would be because I'm forwarding.
Gotcha.
But if it's something you want me to confirm, I can try to confirm.
I would confirm. I think there's another CEC that's, I won't spoil it for them, but I think there's another CEC considering involving the public a bit more.
All right, I'll confirm. These are good questions. All right, any more? Any other questions? Okay, and the reason why I would like it 1 week from now, because we only have a few more days. You know, the deadline is June 30th, but there's so many things that need to get done before June 30th. So, and this is one of them. So I can't have everything really last minute, but okay. All right, the PEP election update, as I had mentioned earlier, Naveed Hassan has been reelected. If you need his contact information, if you need to discuss something, I could forward that if you don't already have that. And I'll also forward the results of the entire election. If you haven't seen that already, I'll send that out tomorrow with the also the superintendent results. I mean, also with the superintendent evaluation document. The CEC election, are there any questions there? Okay. So the CEC election results I mentioned earlier will be, and you stated will be
Friday.
Finalized on Friday. Yeah. Number 5, council email platform change. We did an entire platform change because the DOE doesn't allow for paying for advance for the following term for the next council. So we're under a new platform. It's still Google, and you should not have noticed any changes to your account, but the platform is now, we're paying monthly. It's more money, but that's the way the DOE wanted it. And the issue is all email accounts that are well, we'll know next week who's returning or not. And whoever's returning, let me know. Or if you think you're returning, hint, that's for appointees. Please let me know, because if you're not returning, then I'm deleting your accounts. Okay, so please let me know if you'll be returning or not after the vote anyway. And the other thing is the next payment is due July 1st. So if you are returning, I'm going to need your credit card, because that's the only way we can pay for the next council to have email service and their Google Drive. And I've been paying for that and I'm hoping to get reimbursed, but I cannot get reimbursed easily with the next council.
Thank you.
So, all right, thank you.
Yeah. Doesn't Face have a credit card or something? We
would have lost that ability with because we lost the AA, but Chanel would not have had the credit card on July 1st anyway. So it would have been an issue. So we're going to need someone's credit card to make a payment. And as soon as someone knows that they're coming back and is willing to do something along those lines, please coordinate with Treasurer Silverman and myself.
Not the treasurer.
Well, you're the treasurer now, because we're going to have to work out the payments. Oh, excuse me. My apologies. Daniela Igoroff, yeah. It's late.
Boy.
I apologize. But this is it's going to be very important to just give you 2 officer positions. So this will be really important to finalize. All right, I don't want to belabor the point, but let's move on.
Can I jump in here?
Yeah.
Answer Len's question. Len, the roll call document is right now. I do see it. It's fine. I would recommend when I get deleted, it should still persist with just you, since it's shared with you. But if you want to be extra safe, at the end of today, I would do a save as. And
it's just not giving me the option to save as. That's the only reason I'm saying.
Make a copy.
The meeting.
Make a copy.
I just made a copy. Yep.
Make a copy, and that'll be under you will own that.
Okay, I just made a copy and I shared it with the same people. Okay.
All council members, that's a good point. Your accounts will be deleted, and that includes not just all emails, but all documents. There are some apps that allow you to download everything. And also, I would investigate right now Don't wait till the last minute. If there's stuff that you want to keep, download it. And we can't pay to keep, we can't pay to keep these accounts and have new council members with accounts. We just don't have that many accounts, which is unfortunate. And I've brought this up in the past because that kind of makes an issue with FOIL and FOIL issues, but it is what it is. And the DOE hasn't given us any guidance on that. All right. Okay, so that's number the council member.
Shouldn't the preponderance of documents though actually be council property and not personal property?
It is council property, but we just don't have. We're not able to keep that documentation.
Well, wait
except
a minute.
Except for info CEC, that will be kept.
Right. So I mean, shouldn't all documents just be shared with info at CEC and then call?
That's a good point. Yeah.
Well, can I raise another issue with regard to Zoom accounts and things like that? If our meetings are going to go on a forward-going basis are live, I know we experimented with the hybrid at one point, and that was kind of like a disaster. Even though we had, I forgot, was it Craig? I forgot who worked really hard to try to set something up with a computer that looked like it was about to go over the edge of someone's seat. But I know we tried really hard to get something going. But I guess a Zoom account wouldn't be as important, correct? If we're not going to have.
It's less important, but you can still hold council. You can still hold committee meetings.
You could. No, I get it, but it might buy us some time. Is what I'm saying. If we don't need it right away. Would you need, right? Would we?
Well, the Zoom is actually not an issue at all now because we've moved towards the DOE's account, so we're not paying for Zoom.
Okay, all right, okay. So it's just the other stuff. Okay.
Yeah. It's constant contact and the website and the emails. Yeah. All right. Okay. So item number 7. Oh, but that.
Can I make a comment in regards to it? Kind of piggyback off of what Councilmember Das was asking about as far as documents, but what about the actual emails, constant contact, and all of that information? Who owns the info CEC email account? I believe that was prior to our term. I feel like it's the same one unless it was a new email account. And who has access to all of that personal information of all the registrants that have been registering for community meetings, as well as these calendar and working business meeting?
That's the CEC's account information. The constant contact carried over from previous councils, and it's hopefully going to carry over for the next council. It just, someone has to pay for it and then get reimbursed, and it has to be put into a budget for the reimbursement.
And so what I guess my question is, those that are paying for it, do you have access to downloading that information and keeping it for yourself or for others?
That would be a violation for me to use that information. I don't know what you're implying there.
Okay, glad you put it on the record, just making sure. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right, so the next item. Council member reimbursement submission deadline. If we don't get your reimbursement forms by next Wednesday, I'm not making any promises. Okay, so any reimbursement forms that that you have submitted are going to be worked on, and any ones that you still want to do, since we've finished our council meeting, our calendar meeting, our regular calendar meeting, and we'll be finishing our business meeting, please submit your reimbursements in the next few days.
So could I ask on that, what period of time are we talking about from the time that everyone had asked us to do the last submissions? Because I know that there was a discussion when Chen was presenting at the last meeting this came up, where we could submit reimbursement requests for a certain period of time. I don't know whether it was through.
If you have monies that are owed to you or that you want to get reimbursed, submit it. As long as it's this term.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I chime in?
Yeah.
Yeah, I confirmed with Sunny actually. Yeah, anything from this term, anything from July 1st of 2022 to June 30th of 2023.
Yeah, do not submit June 30th because they're gonna say no.
I get it.
And then yeah.
I get it. But any expenses occurred during that time in theory are.
Wait. So no, I'm asking only because we had the meeting that came up where we were told that if we didn't get the submissions to our administrative assistants by a date certain, we couldn't make any reimbursement.
That was slightly incorrect.
Well, but that's because she couldn't help after a certain point.
Yes.
Okay. So does everyone remember what that point was? So I would be able to, for example, tell on a going forward basis, where to.
Just whatever you haven't submitted that you want to submit, please submit it. So I get. And you can contact me, not tomorrow, but the next few days, and I'll work with you to make sure all the submissions are met. And we will be working with Anthony Settle from FACE on that. He's going to be assisting us, all that. So the sooner we get to all the reimbursements, and Sunny's also going to be helping. All right. Okay, any liaison school updates?
Oh, I had another question.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Oh, I have a liaison school update. The math team at PS33 scored top 10% in the nation, which was the highest they could score as a team. And we were up against, it was a fourth grade team of about, they take the top highest scores. I think they take the top 5, and we're a team of about 7. And we were up against, schools, private schools with like 100 kids and 75 kids. So, and we also, 2 of the kids on our team were actually 3rd graders. So it was pretty exciting.
Congratulations. Is Miss Foster Egan still running that?
It's Miss Choi.
Okay. All right. Congratulations. Any more liaison school updates?
Well, I had a question kind of related to that, which is I know during the last term, it was either in last term or the beginning of this term, we had submitted capital funding requests on behalf of different schools. I'm wondering, is there any way to find out an update on that? Like what the status is of those requests? I know we ordered them and there was discussions back and forth. I mean, does that just go into the void somewhere and there's no way to figure out what happened?
Yeah, it does.
I know Chanel had asked that and she might have received something. I'll follow up with her and then I'll try to reach out to the SCA to see what that is. Because along those lines, I was excited to see that the PS40 building, which also has SALC, they're after, I don't know how old their windows are, maybe they're ancient, really ancient, and they're planning to get replaced. So, and their facade's going to be worked on as well. But so they're excited, though no one believes it yet. So we're hoping that happens. But I'll ask Chanel and I'll follow up with the SCA about that. All right. Any other liaison updates? No. Okay. Okay. Location of the July meeting. Parliamentarian, can we vote for the next council? Or I actually think it's the next council's responsibility on July 1 to determine where they meet. And what I've been told from FACE as well is that next meetings will be in person, and that the mayor's office is not planning to extend emergency or executive order of orders for remote meetings anymore.
My personal thoughts on that are we should leave that to the purview of the next council. The only thing that we could really bequeath them as a legacy would be our bylaws or changes or amendments that we made to our bylaws. We can't really bind them to anything else. The brand new council and they can do whatever they want.
I will try to do though is I'll reserve a space in 333 7th Avenue. So there's an option.
But
You know.
my suggestion would be maybe we, if yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe just to pick a date.
No, the date's in the bylaws.
Yeah, but I'm saying not binding, but to reserve the spot so that at least the incoming council can prepare for a specific date.
Yeah. So we'll do. Yeah, I'll try to see if we can get the large conference room there. So to help the next council, if they choose to do it, it's there. They can actually get a school and. Okay. All right. Are there any requests for council correspondence or public notices, PSAs? Once, twice. Okay, none. And calendar updates. Does anyone want to share any calendar notices?
I have one.
Okay.
There was supposed to be I could have made this in a committee report. There was supposed to be feedback for middle school, for elementary school, middle school, and high school admissions. It was supposed to be yesterday through tomorrow. Yeah, it's still tomorrow. That was postponed to July, which also means that's not our problem, but something that should be passed on to the next council. And they did ask specifically for at the time, they did ask specifically for the president to select CEC members to represent the council. So I'm not quite sure how that's going to work for the next council, but throw that out there.
Who's they, Kaushik? Who was it they that made that request?
FACE, I believe. No, sorry. Either FACE or Department of Enrollment. I believe Department of Enrollment now. Actually, I'm thinking about that.
What was the recommendation?
That we select CEC members to represent the council on behalf of each of these admissions, but it was addressed to the president.
No, we all received it.
Okay.
We all received it, and then they postponed it.
Yes, that's it.
Okay. And the new business. Does anyone have new business? Okay, then I'll bring up one thing.
I do have new business.
Okay, go ahead.
But I mean, I guess it would just be to implore any possible returning CEC members and future CEC members that may be listening or come back and watch. I've engaged with the community board over the past 2 years and even prior with their youth and youth and education committee meetings. And I hope that we can decide on a date that does not conflict so that we can collaborate with our community boards and work in tangent with both of them, with all of them. So let's try to work on that.
Can I respond to that? We've discussed this before. I mean, it's a two-way street. It's not just community boards. We've also done a lot of work with other CECs, and we actually have a CEC. We've done joint resolutions. We've collaborated on ideas. They also have meetings that don't coincide with ours. We have one of the few dates that don't collide with other CECs. And I don't tell you, there is no way to make that completely uniform. But given the fact that we're an education council, I would argue that a priority should be given to not colliding with other CECs, where parents might be sending other students, other family members, including CEC3, which is on a different date but same week as ours, and not colliding with PEP, which we don't collide with generally, except on 1 or 2 occasions. I would prioritize that over community boards, and I've spoken at some of them as well. And it's just the way it is. I would argue that community board, perhaps youth and education committees, subcommittees of community boards should consider realigning their schedule to not clash with President's Council and CEC and PEP, which should take priority since they are education councils.
I think the intent of that was just to say, and Lupe, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that there are ways to collaborate with multiple groups of people. and that those should all be kept in mind without getting defensive or without prioritizing, the importance of one group of parents who attend community board meetings don't come to these meetings. So it is not a mutually exclusive engagement of families. And so I don't think any sort of, defense needed to be taken at that comment. And I don't have the history, Kaushik, that you do or that Lupe does, but I do think that it would behoove this council to be more expansively collaborative with families who engage in our city in different ways and not just at these meetings.
It's not a matter of defensiveness. It's something that's in the bylaws and was discussed in the bylaws meeting.
I understand.
And no, we don't. I don't think you do, because I think it's written in the bylaws that we meet every second Tuesday, and any of the changes that you suggest would require a bylaws change. And in addressing this bylaws change, the discussion came up, we did look at trying to not collide with community boards, but then we would be colliding with other CECs and PEP. So at the end of the day, there is no way to make every single board happy. And so you do have to prioritize something over the other.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong, and I could be wrong on this, but I thought that at every annual meeting with the new term is when a date is decided on when our meetings are held.
Okay.
And that's what our bylaws actually state.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So it's something that I was actually just presenting for the first meeting of the annual when that decision is actually made. Thank you, though.
Okay. And one final comment that I just heard the other day from our liaison, Anthony Settle, is that that they are starting to now receive resumes for AAs for a number of councils. So any returning council members starting July 1, or maybe you'll know on Friday, maybe you should be reaching out to Anthony Settle and developing a plan of action in terms of hiring a new AA for the next council. So I think it should be a decision now of the next council on that. But that but they've, yes, Councilmember Sim.
Yeah, I have a question with regards to AA salary. Is it going to be the case that whatever salary is offered to the AA, that's going to be fixed for the lifetime? Because when we went through the recruiting process last time, my view is that it doesn't give whoever comes in any upside. So if you're going to hire somebody, particularly someone who is smart, independent, wants to grow the role, if there is never any upside, how are you going to get someone to fill that seat?
All right, it's a great point, a great question. It just literally happened a few months ago. They're now unionized. Also, their salary cap is now 10 to 12,000 higher than it was before when we were hiring. And also, I think the rate of growth is different too now. So there's a lot of change going on there. Hopefully that will help retain people and maybe give them some more upside, as you're pointing out. But that's a big issue. That's part of the reason councils lose AAs.
That's helpful to whoever's going to return, because you find someone smart, and we had the question of can we start at one number to grow it, and the feedback we were given is that the level's fixed. So if you like this person, start at a slightly higher level because they're never going to go up. But in my mind, the candidate who's going to be okay with that level in perpetuity is maybe not the person who wants to grow with the role, make something of the role, expand it. So it's it's a challenge, because I think our jobs as council members are facilitated by a good AA, as we saw in Chanel.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, she was amazing. I just don't know for the next council whether the amount that they offer now becomes the base for all future offers for everybody else. So that's something to look into.
Then what's the amount in the budget that's offered now? I'm just curious.
It's not our budget, it's done by the DOE.
What is that amount? Do you have some sense?
I think that you should be speaking with Anthony Settle offline on those amounts.
Yeah, I don't remember, Lupe. I don't know if you remember. Did they give
I-
that number?
Yes, they did. They did. No, we had to approve it, and
Okay.
I have a number in my mind, but I don't want to say it because I'm not sure if it's accurate.
I'm just
but I can
curious
look
what the
back.
range is that we're talking about. That's all.
I'll be honest, it was starting from most AAs and councils was extremely low. And if I remember correctly, I want to say like in the 30,000s, but I believe that our previous AA had been with us for so long that it was much higher. Like we were actually, as a council, we were able to offer our AA a lot more than what the original intro and what they state in the application. And that I remember at the time. And I could talk to you offline about what I
let's talk about
remember, recall those numbers being.
It's helpful thinking about sort of, whether or not I sit on the council in a month, just recommending people perhaps, so.
Okay. And so the end of the council term is June 30th. Please, if you haven't downloaded your information and you're not returning, download it and download it before June 30th. I am not making any promises to that on June 30th at 10 p.m. to here's an hour more access. So please do it before. And the people returning, someone submit a credit card or else you may lose your account as well, because I withdrawing mine. So because there's no easy process for reimbursement going forward after that. So that's that. I wanted to just, so that's another big calendar date, June 30th. But I will send out again the two main things in the interim: reimbursements and the superintendent evaluation. If you can all get that to me by next week, by next Wednesday. All right, and that's the end. Thank you so much. Can't believe it. It's 4 years. So good luck to all you returning council members, and good luck, Spencer Silverman. Thank you for serving our country. You served our district. Now you're going to be serving our country. I think that's a tremendous accomplishment, and it's an honor to know you for doing that. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to say it's been a pleasure to serve.
Sorry,
with
can
all
you
the-
explain the serving our country part?
Oh, I'm going to West Point.
Oh, wow.
So
Fantastic. Congratulations.
Yeah.
thank you.
They're lucky to have you.
He's
Anyway,
going
so
to
yeah.
be putting his life on the line for you and all of us. So great. Thank you.
There
Anyway,
was once upon a time when
It was a
Not,
pleasure serving with all the council members here and the ones who logged off. Yeah. It was nice.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, on that note, I just wanted to add, I hope for our next, well, I mean, look, if our meetings are in person, we tend to, if we're at a school, for example, we tend to have a 10 o'clock evening cutoff. But I have to tell you, what Spencer went through, I want to keep in mind, at Bronx Science, it's it's pretty rigorous, and for he oftentimes spent about 6-7 hours at these meetings, and that's a very big time commitment for a student who's looking at classwork and normally has multiple hours of homework a night. So whoever he or she, the next student representative is, we need to try to be a little more accommodating time wise to their needs, because it was really it was really a pretty big imposition. A lot of he's kind of like smiling, but I mean it was really kind of these and he's just a trooper, I gotta say, no pun intended, a real trooper, staying often, till late. And I know some of our meetings until 1 o'clock at night.
Yeah, but even if it's in person, traveling at 10 p.m. or 10:30 p.m. or whatever time it will end, by yourself, it's back,
Well, you could take a car. I mean, you could. I mean, I think we're allowed to for reimbursement, but I hope that the next person that comes in this position doesn't have to put this kind of a time commitment into it, because just attending these meetings is it's long, and when they're remote, they can be very long. So,
right. Spencer, you don't have a Regents tomorrow, do you?
No, I do not.
Yeah, okay. You're up late again. So, all right. On that note, thank you all. And I make a motion to adjourn the term and all our meetings.
No, I want to keep going.
Okay. Show of hands. We have 6 yet. Is Lupe got a hand up? Lily's got a hand up? All right. Any yays? Any objections? Any abstains? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. And good luck to everybody. And it's a pleasure.
Thank you.
Good
Thank
night.
you, Ben,
Thank you.
for your presidency.
Have a nice
My
evening,
pleasure.
everyone.
Good night.
Thank you. Good night. Good
Good
night.
night.
I say we come back and do this again next week. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. All right, guys, everyone, it's a pleasure. See you guys. Talk to you guys.
I'm staying on until Ben kicks me off.
All right, have a good
No,
one.
you can't make me
Well, you want that
go.
experience to last? We want to just savor
Can't
every
make me
minute of
go.
it.
Oh, I
Savor
gotta.
every minute of it. All right.
I'm just trying to download
Well,
the captions.
You guys have a good night. I'm gonna call it a night.
Good night.
It's been a pleasure. So long, guys.
All right. Good night.
So Ben, I put in the chat, I'll try to contact you next week. I just want to make sure my credit card information is deleted from the Blue Sky account. The Blue Sky account was linked to the info, the CEC.
Wait. 1 second.
Wait,
Let me
stop recording.
just stop the recording.